Yeah, it's not the internet, it's OBS. And I can't fix OBS while the stream is running. So if it doesn't get any better, I'll have to end the stream and restart it. OBS is fucking up. OBS is giving me the red bars over here. And the only way to fix it is to reset it. So if it keeps lagging, y'all let me know. And I'll just have to reset it and go from there. It's not the internet, though. Florida State and Virginia getting ready to come on at 7. Florida State's about a touchdown favorite. A lot of weird things happen in Friday night games, though, so we'll see if Virginia can keep it close. But Florida State, a much better team than Virginia. Virginia's got a good offense, though. Their quarterback's been playing well. But Florida's defense been playing good, or Florida State's defense been playing good, too. So we'll see what happens. But weird things do happen on Fridays. And then we have TCU on the road at Arizona State tonight at 9. And Arizona State can't afford to lose that one because they already shit the bed on the road at Mississippi State. So they can't lose again. They can't lose again. They'll be in trouble. Y'all let me know if it keeps fucking up and I'll just have to reset it. But I can't reset it with the stream going. So when I reset it, if I have to reset it, it'll end the stream for a second. For probably 2 or 3 minutes and then it'll come back on. But I can't fix OBS while it's running. I have to shut it down. Knowles by 20. The Dogs fixing to spake Bama Fanny tomorrow. I hope so, man, but I can't pick Georgia to win as many times as they lose to Bama, so I went with Bama in that one. No issues here. Yeah, it was messing up earlier. OBS shows me when it's messing up, so it's green right now, but it's been going back and forth from green to red, so hopefully it stays on green, but if OBS starts fucking up, there's nothing I can do to fix it without shutting the stream down. That's the only thing I can do. Fucking up like Lowe's employees. I hear you. I put the bet in on y'all's vote, so y'all voted over 30.5 points in the first half. I would have taken the under. But we'll see if y'all can hit one. Over 30.5 points in the first half was y'all's bet. So, Smoking Dog. I guess this is Sports Center or something on ESPN now, but the game will be coming on here in just a minute. The game's on ESPN for those of you that want to watch it, the Florida State game. Florida State at Virginia. No one wants Mark Richt. Well, Mark Richt can't coach. He's got debilitating Parkinson's disease. Pretty advanced. I don't think I have a sleeper pick on this game. Let me look. I don't think I did. No. I've got Joey Aguilar more than 2.5 touchdowns, Gunnar Stockton over 208 passing yards, and Jeremy Bernard over 55 receiving yards on my sleeper picks this week. I give Lou's internet a 7 of 3. It's not the internet. I have great internet here. Yeah, see, it's not the internet. The internet's fine. That's the internet speed. And that's the upload speed. 627 down and about 58 up. So the internet speed's fine. It's the streaming program I use. OBS fucks up sometimes. As a Bama fan, I think Georgia will win, but if they keep taking field goals in the red zone, I can see Bama winning. Yeah, you got to score touchdowns when you get down there. Got to score touchdowns when you get down there. Hawkins starting for Oklahoma next week. Well, if you can't beat Kent State without Mateer, then you're not a very good team. Is Georgia having a blackout? I don't think so. Some of the fans might wear black since it's a night game, but I don't think the team's wearing black. Not that I've heard. Thoughts on Scott Frost at UCF again? I don't really have any thoughts on that. Do you think Tennessee would take Mark Richt over Heupel? Right now? Nobody would take Mark Richt. What's the matter with you? Mark Richt's got Parkinson's disease, man. Are you asking who was better? Mark Richt was way better than Heupel. Caden Durham not playing is a bit of a blow, though. Can Notre Dame's defense be fixed? I don't know. It's looked bad. It's looked bad. How many points do I think will be scored in this game? I have no idea. The chat said over 30.5 points in the first half. You have throwdown disease? Well, you like getting your ass beat? Is that what you mean? UVA is one of the woke universities in Virginia. All universities are woke, bud. Education is woke, according to some people. So all universities are woke. Jackpot says a lot of points scored in this one. Track meet game. Thoughts on the new skate game? I don't have any thoughts on the new skate game. Still waiting on the game to start here. Oh, we got some new helmets, so we got to replace some of the black ones. A new Cal helmet that we can see better on the black wall. Yeah, much better. Much better. New Vandy helmet. That we can see better than the black one. New Dookie helmet. Dookie. Where's Dookie? Dookie's up here. I love the black helmets, but you can't see them on that black wall. Got a new playoff helmet, too. I had the white one already. Oh, now I got the white and the black playoff helmets. Good to go. Good to go. What's up, Sven? If Bama wins tomorrow, I guarantee you they lose Vandy. UJ a woke university. All universities are woke. Education is woke. Let's have ourselves another great weekend of football. Yeah, let's do it. Lou, who do you think's winning the SEC? Georgia was my preseason pick, so until they lose a game, I'm not changing. I'm 47 years old. I'm not going back to college. I've got to send you the new Oregon marble helmet. I've got 2 or 3 Oregon helmets. This is the one I'm going with right now. I've got this one. I have a chrome one too that I like. Let me see if it's in here. I like this one too. All right, the game just started. Looks like Virginia has the ball first. They're looking at a 2nd and 5 here. They're on their own 29. Florida State nearly jumped off sides, but caught themselves. Motion, snap, handoff, right up the gut. Huge hole, picks up a first down, gain of about 8. 1st and 10, Virginia. I'm going to the UGA game tomorrow. Can't wait. They've won every time I've gone to see them play Bama and lost every time I haven't. 1st and 10, Virginia. They're on their own 38. Back to throw this time. Rolls right, throws downfield. Caught. Wide open receiver across midfield to the Florida State 48-yard line. Good looking drive for Virginia here to start the game. Oregon definitely has some of the nastiest uniforms in the league. Well, they got hundreds of different uniform combinations, Oregon does. Handoff on first down for Virginia. Not much that time. Might have gained a couple of yards. DeBoer's 2-4 on the road. We'll see. That's a factor tomorrow. I think he's lost 5 games away from Bryant-Denny Stadium. One was a neutral site game, but he's lost 5 games away from Bryant-Denny. Jesus, Lou. What? What about Jesus? Back to throw, pump fake, scrambles left, nowhere to go with the ball. He's going to have to run out of bounds, a loss of a few yards. 3rd and about 10 coming up for Virginia now. We cannot lose to Alabama again this year. Yeah, Georgia needs to start beating Bama a little bit more often than they do. Super chat. Oh, sorry, I didn't even have the super chats pulled up. Let me get caught up on these super chats here. DK, good to see you in here. Jay Shipe says, I give Lou's internet a 7 of 3. Yeah, well, it's not the internet. Go Vols, pay Lou, and fuck the Cowbells. That's a dangerous game for Tennessee. 3rd and 10, Virginia, back to throw, just across midfield, gets rid of it, incomplete. Wide receiver and quarterback not on the same page there. Virginia will have to punt it away. If Florida wants to get out of Napier's buyout, all they have to do is pull in Auburn and make up some scandal on their head coach to get him out. Yeah, I don't know if that's a good plan or not. I don't know about that. I don't know if that's a good idea. There's nothing wrong with the internet. OBS is fucking up today. Lou, I've asked before, can't remember where you got that kick-ass love seat looking for a new... You talking about these chairs? These are movie theater chairs. Home theater. Those are home theater chairs. I got them from a website, Valencia. Here, I'll type it out for you. Valencia home theater seating. Worst case scenario tomorrow, Lou will make a few grand. I'd rather have a Georgia win, but I know what you mean. All right, 1st and 10 for Florida State now. This is their first possession. They're on their own 20. Castellanos in a shotgun, back to throw. Now he's going to run. Makes one man miss, tackled after a gain of 3. Second and 6. 2nd and 7 now for Florida State. What's up, George? Handoff this time. Nice hole. Picks up a first down, running people over across the 30 to the 35-yard line. 1st and 10, Florida State. That's the genius of channels like these. The worse the loss, the more money you make. You should go to Havoc school and teach them, Lou. What? Go to HVAC school? Why the fuck do I want to go to HVAC school? Not going to HVAC school. YouTube game stream tomorrow. The stream tomorrow is 7:30 on Patreon. Pass batted down at the line of scrimmage that time. 2nd and 10 coming up now for Florida State. Yeah, the game stream tomorrow will be at 7:30 for the primetime games over on Patreon. So the link to the Patreon page is in the description of the video. Let's see, where is it? There it is. I'll post it in the chat. Cancel. There you go. Yeah, tomorrow night, 7:30 on Patreon for the primetime games. Quarterback draw, Castellanos tackled across the 40 at the 42. 3rd down coming up now for Florida State. Are you the type of bettor that'll put money on Bama so it'll be a win-win scenario? No, I never bet against Georgia. I don't always bet on Georgia. Like this, I'm not betting the game because I picked Bama to win, but I won't bet on Bama, no. I don't ever bet against Georgia. I think we're doing chicken nachos again tomorrow. 3rd down pass complete for Florida State. There's a flag down. It's going to be pass interference on somebody. Might be on Florida State. Might be offensive pass interference. Did he push off? The Virginia defender says it's on Florida State. Let's see what the referee says now. It would be a 1st down, but let's see what the penalty is. Looked like you could see the referee mouth the words he pushed off. Yeah, pass interference on Florida State. So that's going to negate that 1st down and make it 3rd and long now for Florida State. Huge degenerate nachos? Yeah. Barn fans keep whining about last week's game. Well, they did get screwed by the refs. I mean, they're right to whine about that call. I mean, that was a terrible no call. 3rd and 20, Florida State completes a pass for 3 yards for absolutely no reason at all. And now they're going to have to punt it on 4th and 17. 4th and 16. So each team's had the ball once. No offense yet. Where's that track meet at, Jackpot? Lou, keep us in thoughts early next week with this hurricane. It don't sound good at this time for us. Where's it supposed to hit? I think I did see something about it on Twitter or something. Is it supposed to hit like the coast of South Carolina or something? Is that right? I had to deal with that shit last year. It ain't no fun. I heard it's hitting the Carolinas. Oh, okay. A hurricane is hitting Virginia Beach on Monday. Supposed to hit Charleston? Well, Pete, y'all can come down here if you need to. If you have to do another casino show, let me know. Okay. I don't think it's coming here this time. I hope not anyway. Last year was a mess. Hey, Lou, can I get chlamydia from drinking from a public water fountain? I guess if somebody beats off on it, you can. Although I have to admit, I don't know that much about STDs. Telling the guy off at the casino was gold. I hope Florida State beats Miami. Yeah, that's next week. That's gonna be a good game though. That's at Florida State, ain't it? Casino show was on that crazy weekend last year, wasn't it? Yeah, yeah. I had to leave because of the hurricane that hit here. I didn't have any power, any water, no internet, no cell phone, nothing. I was gone for like 10 days. I had to leave for like 10 days. I was gone the weekend Georgia lost to Alabama. And then I was gone the next weekend when Alabama lost to Vanderbilt and Tennessee lost to Arkansas. And I was out of town for both of those weekends because of the hurricane. I bet you won't shoot me a bird. At least the hurricane is supposed to hit land after this college football Saturday. Yeah, that's nice of the hurricane to wait till after college football Saturday before wreaking havoc and destruction on the coast. Yeah, that's very thoughtful of that hurricane. Some upset Tennessee fan that weekend at the casino. Yeah, a lot of them. 90% of the people there were Tennessee fans. That casino's in Cherokee, North Carolina, but it's not far at all. It's an hour from Tennessee. A lot of people from Tennessee were there that day. About 90% of the people in that sports book were Tennessee fans. All right, Virginia now with the ball back. Their second possession. They're on their own 29 here. 1st and 10. No score. 9:56 to go in the first quarter. Back to throw. Complete underneath. Picks up about 6 yards to the 35. It's going to be 2nd and about 4 coming up now for Virginia. The Mormons just walked by. Throws behind the line of scrimmage complete and then falls down. He tackled himself. The damn grass monster, undefeated. Loss of about 5 on the play. So they're going to go from 2nd and 4 to 3rd and 10. If Alabama loses to Georgia, do they lose to Tennessee too? I don't think one has to do with the other. They play Tennessee at home, and you can't connect the dots in college football that way. If Team A loses to Team B, then that means they'll lose to Team C. That's just not how college football works. Third and 7. Back to throw. Good protection all day in the pocket. Gets rid of it, caught, but well short of the first down. It's going to be 4th and 4. And Virginia will have to punt it back to Florida State here. Is Florida State using last year's playbook? I don't know. They've only had the ball once, and they went 3 and out. They did complete a first down, but they got called for pass interference, so that negated it, and they had to punt it away. Happy Foo Day. Yeah, happy Foo Day to you too. Here comes the punt for Virginia. They get it away. Field it at the 20. Uh-oh. Gonna have a return here. 35, 40, up to the 44. Good return from Florida State there. They're going to have good field position here at their own 44-yard line. Good punt return there. If Bama beats Georgia, I guarantee they lose the Vanderbilt the next week. So you just, the exact same thing that happened last year, you think they'll lose to Vanderbilt at home? Yeah, I disagree. I disagree. Pepsi is for meth addicts. I don't like Pepsi. It's too sweet. I've never liked Pepsi. I love Coke. I quit drinking it though. I only drink Diet. The only soda I drink now is Diet Mountain Dew and Diet Dr. Pepper. I don't like the taste of Diet Coke. But back when I drank soda, Coke was all I drank. YouTube TV isn't working for me. Anyone else? I'm watching on YouTube TV. So it's working for me. My wife drinks Pepsi Zero. It's disgusting. Yeah, I've never liked the taste of Pepsi for some reason. I don't know. Anyone remember Jolt Cola from the 80s? I remember Jolt. Yeah. And what was the other one? There was like a citrus, Surge. You remember Surge Cola? We need touchdown Saturday, woo. But do you remember a more consistent kicker than what about Woodring has been? Yeah, he was preseason All-American. He's a good one. I hope we don't need him on Saturday, but if we do, he's a good one. Woo, how does Auburn do tomorrow? I like Texas A&M in that one. Tough to go back-to-back road games in the SEC, and those are two tough places to play and two good teams in Oklahoma and Texas A&M. I think it catches up with Auburn. I think they lose this week at A&M. I'll lose it suck having to stand for all the games. I don't have to stand for all the games. I choose to. And no, it doesn't suck. I stand up when I watch football anyway, whether I'm streaming or not. Am I the only one that thinks Oregon is going to boat race Penn State? No, you're not the only one that thinks that. I disagree, but there's plenty of people that agree with you. Commercial break in the game now. Florida State's going to have good field position, though, after that punt return. What week do you think Billy gets fired? He might not get fired. They might keep him for another year. They might can't afford to fire him. I don't know. UGA and Oregon will win big. I like Georgia and Penn State, or Bama and Penn State. So I'm on the other side on both those games. I picked Bama and Penn State. Tomorrow will be Georgia's toughest game up to this point. I don't know. At Tennessee or home versus Bama, I don't know. I think at Tennessee might be a tougher draw this year than Bama at home. I can't pick Georgia until we start consistently beating Bama. Mountain Dew is crap. I like Mountain Dew. I don't drink it anymore. Well, I drink Diet Mountain Dew. Now, that's all I drink, Diet Mountain Dew and Diet Dr. Pepper. But I used to drink Mountain Dew. Georgia has to find a way to get Bama off their back. Yeah, they got to start beating. They don't have to beat Bama every time they play, but they got to start beating them more often than they have been. Kami Castellanos pass complete behind the line of scrimmage, tackled from behind after a gain of about 6. Flag down, though. That was one of those snap the ball and throw it to a wide receiver behind the line of scrimmage plays that every team in the country runs 20 times a game, and every fan base thinks their team is the only team that does it, and they hate it. That flag's on Florida State. So Florida State with some critical penalties here early in the game on the road at Virginia. This is their first road game of the season. And some issues popping up early here with penalties. They're going to get them again here. A block in the back, it looks like, on an offensive lineman that was pulling the block for that wide receiver. So that's going to back Florida State up. 1st and 20 now for Florida State. Negates that great field position they had after the punt, too. They're on their own 33 now. Snap, handoff right up the middle, little bit of a hole, gain of about 4. Fumble. I think Virginia got it. Virginia says they have it. Unpiling all the bodies now, waiting on word from the officials. Pulling bodies off the pile. And it's Virginia ball. Here's the replay. Make sure he wasn't down. Let's see. No, he wasn't down. Ripped the ball out. Ripped the ball out. That's a fumble. It's going to be Virginia ball. First turnover of the game goes Virginia's way. They're going to have good field position here. No score. 7.5 minutes to go in the first quarter. Penalties and turnovers hurting Florida State early in this one. Billy wants the OC job for UGA. I don't think anybody's going to hire Billy Napier as an offensive coordinator after he ran Florida's offense into the ground as their offensive coordinator. Do you? He might have to go back to being a position coach somewhere. It's not much, but wanted to support tonight's stream. Everybody hit the like button. Thank you, Joseph. Yeah, y'all make sure you hit the thumbs up here at the start of the show. That is a big help to the stream. Go ahead and hit that thumbs up. I like the command center thing that they do. They show you the behind the scenes of the replay thing, shows how they talk through it and all that. I like that. I wish all the leagues were more transparent like that. I like that the ACC does that. The more transparency with officiating, the better. Wait until tomorrow. Oregon goes down as well, says Mew2. Yeah, I'm taking Penn State in that one. So I agree with you. I like Penn State at home at night. Whiteout game. Must-win game for James Franklin and the perception of Penn State. They got to find a way to win that one. Reporters will own Brian Kelly if he drops to Ole Miss. Well, then they're going to own Brian Kelly because I think Ole Miss is going to win that game by a couple of scores. I like Ole Miss at home in that one. Viewers went from 300 to 700 after the fumble. Were you in here for when we were streaming the Georgia-Tennessee game? Every time Tennessee, the first quarter when Tennessee was up 21-0, numbers were through the roof. Georgia came back, took the lead. Numbers dwindled down. Second half, late in the game, Tennessee gets the lead. They all came back. You can track the score of the game a lot of times by just watching the number of viewers. Trinidad James is better than Austin Simmons. Well, I don't know who Trinidad James is, but Trinidad Chambliss, the backup quarterback for Ole Miss, is really good. I don't know who Trinidad James is. UGA 34, Bama 26. I hope you're right. 1st and 10 Ole Miss after the Florida State fumble. They're going to keep it on the ground off left tackle, gain of 2, maybe 3 yards. Second down coming up now for Ole Miss. They're on the Florida State 36. Already in field goal range because of the turnover. Of course, they'd rather score a touchdown here. Mississippi State scares me tomorrow. Our defense is sus, but I think we pull it out. I think it's going to be a good game. I took Mississippi State plus the points in that one. So I hope Mississippi State keeps it close. 2nd and 7 now. Virginia, pistol formation. Handoff again. Tries to cut back, nowhere to go. Gets back to the line of scrimmage, and that's about it. 3rd down coming up now for Virginia. Did I say Ole Miss? Virginia. We were just talking about Ole Miss and LSU a minute ago, but yeah, Virginia. That's what you know what I meant. I didn't mean to confuse you. Looks like the point total might be under 30.5 for all 4 quarters. Yeah, I think the chat section is going to take an L on their first half bet. LSU's offense versus Ole Miss's defense will be a masterclass. Masterclass in what? LSU doesn't have an offense. I took the under in the first half, says Fusion Games. Dumb penalty. Another penalty on Florida State, yeah. Another penalty on Florida State. So instead of 3rd and long, it's going to give Virginia a 1st and 10 down in the red zone. They're just inside the 20 now, 1st and 10. Back to throw on 1st down. Into the end zone. Incomplete, out of reach of the intended receiver. 2nd and 10 now. Yeah, everybody picked the under now that there's 6 minutes to go in the first quarter and there's no score. Meanwhile, 70% of y'all, when the vote was up, took the over before the game started. Now that the game started and nobody has scored, everybody in the comment section is saying they bet the under. So, you know how that goes. Ahmad Hardy for Heisman. Hard for a running back to win the Heisman, but he's one of the best running backs in the country through the first month of the season. There's no doubt about it. He's the real deal. The real deal. 2nd and 10, back to throw again. Complete underneath to the 15, tackled there. It's going to be 3rd and about 6 now for Virginia on the Florida State 15. What's up, Philip Wells? Good to see you in here. All right, let's see if Virginia can keep it alive here or if they're going to have to settle for a field goal. 3rd and 5 now. They're on the Florida State 15. No, the 14. Motion, snap, handoff, playing it safe. But they're going to pick up the first down inside the 10 to the 7. Wow. 3rd and 7. They keep it on the ground, but they pick up the first down. 1st and goal now for Virginia. What's up, Chiquita? How's Shaniqua and them? They good? Gundy versus Napier in a ladder match for the Virginia Tech job. Should Sunbelt Billy next job be a group of 5 head coaching job or a Power 4 position job? He's probably going to have to take whatever he can get. Back to throw on 2nd and goal into the end zone. Touchdown, Virginia. And I think this is the first time Florida State's trailed all year. Didn't they get out to an early lead over Bama or no? Did Bama score first in that game? I can't remember now. Anyway, Virginia takes the lead here. 6-0. The extra point will make it 7. Yeah, now's where everybody is supposed to type that the game's over. Virginia's going to win by 100. Florida State's got no chance. You know how y'all do. Whoever scores first, oh, that's it, game over. Florida State's unprepared. They're looking ahead to Miami. Friday night games are weird. Florida State's fixing to get run out of the building. You know how y'all do. I missed the streams when we could troll. Why can't you troll? You lost the ability or what? You're just not any good at it or what? Why can't you troll? The first person that says the ACC sucks after the Noles lose can eat a bag of fucking dicks. You see that girl there, Heather Tiller? She thinks I'm a Big Ten homer. That's how dumb she is. She told me I got no business talking about college football because I haven't played football a single day in my entire life. So, let me ask you something, Heather. Let me ask you something, lady. What the fuck is that? How do you explain that, lady? Hey, Heather, get your dumb ass back in here. How do you explain that? And let me ask you something else, too. If not playing football means you have no right to talk about football, then what the fuck are you doing? Why are you talking about football, lady? I already know you didn't play in no lingerie league. Shit. So, you need to take your own advice, lady. Lou, is it true FSU is a circus college? Yes, it is true. They have a circus school at Florida State. 100% true. She was in the comments section last week crying that I'm a Big Ten homer and that I don't give any respect to the ACC. Meanwhile, I've got 2 ACC teams in my top 5 and couldn't give 2 shits less about the Big Ten. Yeah, you did, retard. Don't make me pull the comments up, Heather Tiller. You're in the comments sucking off Louisville like they're any good. They're not. And I'm higher on Louisville than anybody else on the planet. And I don't even think they're that good. So, what does that tell you? Commercial break in the game. Yeah. There's no such thing as a lock, my man, but I can just tell you what I like. I like Ole Miss minus the 1 or 2 points against LSU. What else do I like? Virginia plus 7, but it's too late on that. The game already started. What else? I like a lot of underdogs this week. I like Washington plus the points against Ohio State. I like Mississippi State plus the points against Tennessee. What other games are there? I like Penn State -3. UVA money line. I rarely bet underdogs on the money line. I don't have the stomach for that, but I did take Virginia +7. FSU losing, they in a bad way. Better get some touchdowns, says Ballard. Well, it's still early. Plenty of time. They're not playing well, though. Undisciplined, penalties, the turnover. Hard to win on the road that way. Lou Cosell says Red Elephant Stampede. Thank you, Red Elephant and Ballard, for the super chat. I appreciate that. FSU might have been tasting the rat poison. Well, it's still early. I mean, they may come back and win by 3 touchdowns. Who knows? But, like, this is a bad spot for Florida State. They have to play on a short week, during the week, on a Friday night, on the road against a good team with a good offense. And next week is their biggest game of the year, so it's your prototypical trap game or look-ahead game. Fumble again. Florida State just fumbled again. I mean, the guy literally just set the ball. This is alarming. Okay, Florida State might be dog shit. Where's all the Florida State fans that was in here before the game started? Now they're gone? What's going on here? They were all in here before the game started. Now they're gone. There's got to be at least one of them that's got the nuts to stick their head out of whatever hole they're hiding in and say hello right now. Dang. Forgot what I was even talking about. Oh, yeah, trap game because they play Miami next week. But these Friday night games are weird. When ranked teams have to go on the road during the week, weird things happen. Weird things happen. FSU make Bama look bad. Dang. Dang. FSU just dropped it. Yeah, the guy just dropped it on the ground. I don't know what they're looking at here. Are they looking to see if it was a catch? I mean, it looked like he had it to me. He caught the ball, turned around. I don't know. I have to see the replay, but let's see. Catches it at the 35. Secures it. 1, 2. Oh, whoa. Wow, actually now, we got to see a different angle. But he fumbled it a lot quicker than I thought he did. We need to see the other angle from the front to see if he had control of that ball. You can't tell from the there we go, this angle here. Yeah, it looks like he had it in his hands and he just squeezed too hard and it popped out. Look. Looks like he had it in his hands and it just popped out. I don't know what they're going to do here. Lincoln Riley was crying in an interview today about having to play a noon kickoff game. The defenses isn't showing up either way. Well, real teams can travel from the west to the east and win like UNLV did last week. UNLV played a noon game last week and found a way to win. So Southern Cal ought to be able to do the same thing, right? Nick Koenig says, good morning, Lou. I have OSU 31-17. I have OSU 31-17 PSU. What do you... Oh, wait a minute. Ohio State? Okay, you're not listing both teams. That's what confused me. I got you. I was trying to figure out why you had OSU and PSU. Ohio State over Washington is what you're trying to say, 31-17. Penn State over Oregon, 24-21, and Bama over Georgia, 30-27. Lovely show. You've had your share of retards this week. Always good comedy after a work day. Yeah. They overturned that fumble, by the way, so Florida State gets to keep the ball 1st and 10. So Florida State caught a break there. Florida State caught a break there. FSU fan here. I've seen this before. We lose these types of games. Looking forward to Miami. Yeah, dangerous spot for Florida State here for all the reasons I just named. Next week's their biggest game of the year, so this is a trap game or a look-ahead game. Friday night game, first road game. A lot of red flags for this one. Pass complete to midfield. They're looking good now. 1st and 10, Florida State at midfield. Maybe they'll wake up here. I wonder if Virginia fans will cry as hard as Auburn fans. Probably first real game since Bama. Oh yeah, this is definitely the first legitimate competition they've played since the Bama game. Three and a half minutes to go in the first quarter. Virginia's still up 7-0 in this one. Castellano sails that one over the head of the intended receiver, incomplete. It's going to be 3rd and 9 now coming up for Florida State. .318 to go, first quarter. Let's see if Florida State can pick up the first down here and keep this drive alive. Castellanos in a shotgun, 4 wide. Talking to the line of scrimmage now. Backs up and now he's ready. That's going to be a false start, isn't it? Florida State picked up the first down, but it looked like false starts all over the place. So that might be another first down taken away from Florida State because of a penalty there. It looked like the whole right side of the line moved early. Oh, no, they were drawn off by Virginia. That goes against Virginia. So first down, Florida State. They convert on the 3rd and 9. Play clock was winding down, and they had to hurry to snap. And I thought the right side of the Florida State line moved, but somebody on Virginia must have jumped first. Penalty goes against Virginia. Florida State with the ball now inside the Virginia 40. 1st and 10, 3 minutes to go in the first quarter. Handoff, left tackle has a hold. There he goes. All the way down to the 20. Gain of about 17 yards that time. Florida State rolling now. 1st and 10, Knowles. 2:40 to go. They hurry back to the line. They're ready to snap it again. 3 wide. Snap. Handoff again. Bounces it outside this time. Lots of room. Inside the 10. Down to the 5. 1st and goal. They're picking up yards in chunks now. 1st and goal, Florida State. For all my sanity, I need FSU tight end to make 1 reception to cash in on Sleeper for 110. I hope you hit it, my man. I hope you hit it. First and goal, Florida State at the 5 now. Best drive of the game for Florida State. Caught a break on that turnover that was overturned, and let's see if they can capitalize here. Back to throw. Intercepted by Virginia. The same guy that, it was a tipped pass, and the same guy that tipped it intercepted it. Wow. Disaster for Florida State. I mean, that was guaranteed points down there on the 5-yard line. They turn it over again. 2nd turnover today for Florida State. The 3rd, if you count the one that got overturned. Wow. Wow, wow, wow. Look at this. Great play by this guy from Virginia. I mean, look at that. Tipped it to himself and then intercepted it. Wow. Wow. Let me go get another coffee. I'll be right back. All right, I'm back. Virginia all the way out across midfield already after that turnover. 2nd and 7, they pick up about 7. First down, Virginia. White Tonto, your season is over. Penalty on the play on Florida State. Wow, 12 men on the field. Really, this couldn't have been a worse start for Florida State. 3 turnovers in the first quarter. One of them was overturned. That's the 4th or 5th penalty against Florida State. They're really lucky they're only down 7. They're kind of lucky to only be down 7. I expect this to happen tomorrow for Tennessee, says Dripped Up Vol. Yeah, it's hard to beat Georgia. It's hard to beat Georgia. It's hard to go on the road and be good, but, you know, Georgia can do it. Tennessee can't. Bama can't. Florida State can't. We'll find out tomorrow if Ohio State can. Ohio State at Washington tomorrow. But it's hard to beat Georgia. It's hard to do what Georgia does. Hard to go on the road and play good. OSU game is going to be a close one. The Ohio State game, yeah. Washington's got a good offense. We'll see what they can do against the Ohio State defense. I mean, that's, you know, Ohio State's got a pretty good defense. So we'll see. Is it time to ask, does Mike Norvell know what he's doing? You don't have to ask. He doesn't know what he's doing. He's got no idea. He's got 3 losing seasons in 5 years, and Florida State fans worship him. It's weird. It's really weird. Can you think of any other coach in college football that you think is good that has 3 losing seasons in 5 years? Florida State fans can't even give you another coach that's had 3 losing seasons in 5 years that they think is good, but somehow they think Mike Norvell is good. Hey, what's up, Joe? I'm on Virginia +7, so I'm hanging in there so far. Commercial break in the game. They should rename this game Cavs versus Clowns. I don't have anything against Florida State, the team, but some of their fans need to be humbled. Did you put sugar in there? Mm-hmm. Thank you. You're welcome. Every week on the call-in show, I get a call from a Florida State fan, and no matter how complimentary you are of Florida State, it's not enough. It's not enough for them. They have this need to be constantly told how great their team is, how great their coach is, how great their quarterback is, how great their campus is, how they want to know how great their stadium is. I mean, nothing is enough for them. They went 2-10 last year, and because they're 3-0 or whatever they are, like, no compliment is enough to make them happy. It's aggravating. It's really aggravating. And I've got Florida State. I never redid my top 10 on the shelf. Let me do that now. I mean, I did my top 10 video on Monday, but I never changed the shelf around. Let's do that now. Let's do that now. Shall we? Yes, we shall. We certainly shall. Still a commercial on the game. Ohio State, Miami, Oregon. Ohio State, Miami, Oregon. Georgia, Florida State, Oklahoma, Penn State, LSU. Oklahoma, Penn State, LSU. Tennessee, Indiana. Where the fuck is Indiana? That's the top 10. Texas Tech, Texas A&M, Ole Miss. Vandy, Iowa State. Oh, we got a new Vandy helmet. Vandy, Iowa State. Georgia Tech, you're no longer in the top 15, bud. Sorry about that. But you'll get over it, I'm pretty sure. You will get over it, I'm pretty sure. All right, 1st and 10, Virginia. They are on the Florida State 33 with a 7-point lead. Play action pass, sacked, all the way back at the 42. Big loss on the play. Got to take the "your season is over" helmets off the wall, too. Got a whole fresh batch of losers coming up this week. Arkansas, let's put you right there. Auburn. You right there. I might as well leave Oklahoma State over there, shouldn't I? They going right back on there, ain't they? Probably, yeah. They probably are, but for now we'll put them back on the Big 12 shelf. Utah's also in the Big 12. They go right here. Should I leave this team down there too? Wow, Virginia just picked up a first down on 2nd and 18, y'all. They're in the red zone again. Wow. You go to Taters here, they're dog shit. God damn, man. There's too many ACC teams. They don't fucking fit anymore. This is alarming. Might have to, you know what? I might just get rid of Notre Dame. Notre Dame's not in the conference. They don't belong on the conference shelf. So fuck Notre Dame. That frees up some room too. Notre Dame can kiss my ass anyway. Notre Dame can kiss my whole ass anyway. Fuck Notre Dame. If Notre Dame wants to be on a shelf, they can join a conference. Flag in the game here. Let's see what this is. What else we got? Florida. Might as well leave Florida over there too, but they're going to be on there just about every damn week, ain't they? Yeah, they are. They are. But for now, I guess we'll put them back on the SEC shelf. Illinois might be back on there. Illinois might be back on there tomorrow. They play Southern Cal. 2nd and 11 coming up for Virginia. But for now, we'll put this dog shit back up here. Illinois. Yeah, that's close enough. I was hoping you didn't fall and all the shelves come crashing down. Yeah, I hope that too. 2nd and 11, Virginia throws complete inside the 15. Close to the first down at the 10. It's going to be close to a first down. Nebraska. Back on the Big Ten shelf. And last, and kind of least too, because they've been disappointing, South Carolina back on the SEC shelf over here. There we go. There we go. All right, 3rd and 1 for Virginia, just outside the 10-yard line. Pistol formation, motion, snap, handoff, First down. It's going to be first and goal at the 7 for Virginia. 11 minutes to go in the first half. Virginia's up 7-0. Norvell can't lead ants to a picnic. All right. Since y'all lost y'all's bet on the first half of this game, y'all had over 31. There's no way we're scoring over 31 points here. I'm going to give y'all a chance to redeem yourselves with the 9 o'clock game. Let's see what we have here. Right there. First half. I like letting y'all do these first half. It's -1.5. All right, start a poll. Here we go. First half. Do you want Arizona State -1.5 or TCU +1.5? That game comes on at 9, so I'll leave that poll up for a while. However the vote goes, I'll put a bet in. Y'all are going to lose your first half bet on this one. The comment section had over 31.5 points in the first half, and that's obviously a giant fail for the comment section. Y'all are 0-1. Y'all are down bad. You're in a bad way, too. Luckily, I had Virginia +7. And so far, so good on that. Virginia back to throw on 3rd and goal. Quarterback's going to take off. Has a chance. Touchdown, Virginia. Looking like a pay-lose situation in this one. Where's my Florida State manses? Where's my Florida State manses in that? Dang, tell us how good we are, Woo. Tell us we're amazing. Tell us we're great. Tell us we're the greatest college football team in history. Or you can just shut the fuck up. How about that? That's always an option. It looks like they've chosen that option now. I've been begging for Florida State fans to shut the fuck up for 3 weeks. They're finally doing it. They're finally doing it. I love being told by other Tennessee fans I'm being negative. We literally suck on the road. Yeah, I mean, there's Georgia fans hate me. Like, I picked Bama to beat Georgia. Like, doesn't mean I don't want Georgia to win. I'm sure you want Tennessee to win, but there's nothing wrong with being realistic and going, man, as a Tennessee fan, this game at Mississippi State makes me nervous because, number one, we suck ass on the road. Number two, our secondary ain't all that, and Mississippi State can sling the fucking ball around. They already have one big home win this season. It's a dangerous spot for Tennessee. Doesn't mean Tennessee can't win the game, just like it doesn't mean Florida State can't come back and win this game. But you're crazy if you're a Tennessee fan and you're not the least bit concerned about this game on the road at Mississippi State. Then you're just delusional as a Tennessee fan. Miami isn't losing. Miami's not playing this week. They're off. Lou has the best watch party on LouTube. Hey, thanks, Vermont. I appreciate that, man. I love doing these streams and hanging out with y'all and watching these games. I do. I really do. Lou, will FSU sue Virginia for mistreatment? Probably. They'll probably sue the ACC for scheduling Friday games. Lou, you are hilarious. Thank you, Mike Porter. Good to see you in here. Jolish, thank you for the super chat. He says, put 50 on UVA. Easy peasy. I don't remember what I bet on it. I think I might have put 50 on it too. Yes. Well, 50, I put 55 to win 50. Here's the bets I have in for the Washington Nationals baseball game. I don't even know why I did that. Don't pay no attention. I don't even know if they're winning. I don't even really want to look. I don't know what I was thinking. I don't know why I did that. Bet on a baseball, $127 on a baseball game. I don't know. I can't believe I did that. I'm almost embarrassed that I showed that to y'all. I'm almost embarrassed that I showed that to y'all. I don't even watch baseball. I can't name one player on either of those teams. And I bet $127 on it. I'm down bad, ain't I? I am a degenerate. I am a degenerate. There's no doubt about it. Are any of y'all degenerates like I am? Who wants to go to Vegas with us in January? That's what we need. We need some of y'all to come to Vegas with us in January. You know, there's a group of us goes to Vegas every January, right after football season ends. Started out with 4 or 5 of us. Last year we had 6 or 7 people. This year we got about 10 people going. It's a guy's trip. Now, that doesn't mean you can't bring your wife or girlfriend or whatever, but none of us do. It's a guy's thing. Right after football season, we kind of take a break. We all head to Vegas for a week. It's a guy's trip, but y'all should come. Y'all should come. If anybody's interested in going and you want some information about it, where we're staying, the exact dates, all that kind of thing, just email me. My email is crazyunclelou@gmail.com. crazyunclelou@gmail.com. Just email me. I'll give you the information. Embrace the degeneracy, Lou. I'm down bad. I bet 100 on Florida State. Yeah, Florida State -7 was free money is what everybody told me this week. Told me I was retarded for taking Virginia +7. And it may turn out, well, first of all, I'm retarded either way. Winning this bet won't change that. If I hit my bet on Virginia +7, I'm still retarded. And I could still lose the bet. Florida State could come out in the second half and run away with this thing. Who knows? But it hadn't gone good in the first half of Florida State. But there is no such thing as free money when it comes to gambling. So all these people that were saying Florida State is free money at -7, Oregon is free money at +3, there's no such thing as free money. I've been gambling on sports since I was 8 years old. It's a coin flip. That's all it is. It's a literal coin flip. Dog shit, Bama lost to dog shit, says Ballard, who is a Bama fan, by the way. Ballard, does this somehow make you feel more down bad to see Florida State get their shit pushed in on national television on a Friday by a Virginia team? 2nd and 6 for Florida State, 4 wide. Shotgun, snap. Castellanos looks left, throws left. Caught. DB never turned around. Oh, broke a tackle. Inside the 20. Down inside the 10. It's going to be 1st and goal, Florida State. Wow, poor tackling on the sideline. Poor play all around from that DB. He never turned around to look for the ball. And then poor tackling. And Florida State in business, 1st and goal at the 9. They're going to hand it off. Bounces outside, breaks a tackle inside the 5, down to the 3. 2nd and goal, Florida State. Love watching your videos and streams. Lou, you make college football that more enjoyable. Hey, thank you, Azotic. I appreciate that. It's good to see you in here tonight, my man. Good to see you in here. Yeah, that was a bad play by Virginia on that long one from Florida State. Got to turn around into coverage there. And then if you're not going to turn around, you at least got to make that tackle there on the sideline. He didn't do either. 2nd and goal from the 3. Shotgun, snap, handoff. Going to be stopped after a gain of about 1. 3rd and goal from the 2. Probably 4 down territory here for Florida State. 3rd down coming up, I would imagine. Even if they don't get it here, I would imagine they leave the offense on the field. I'd look for some kind of Tommy Castellanos run here. A quarterback draw or some sort of zone read where he keeps the ball, something. See if you can't get Castellanos into the end zone here. Shotgun. No, it's going to be a pistol, a direct snap to the running back. Right up the middle, touchdown Florida State. Confused the shit out of Virginia there. They motioned Castellanos out of the way and snapped it to the running back, and he walked into the end zone. Florida State back in the game, 14-7. Good looking drive there, and they didn't turn the ball over. Woo, change your Oregon versus Penn State prediction? No. Why would I do that? Why would I do that? Bama has never played in Athens against Kirby. Y'all are going to see a beatdown tomorrow. I hope you're right, Garrett. I hope you are right. Woo, the bet is not cooked yet. What bet? I'm on Virginia +7. My bet's definitely not cooked. Florida is the new Tennessee. Yes, they are. That's a pretty fair comparison. Florida right now is Tennessee in 2017, 2018. Thank you, David. Good to see you in here, man. Georgia will beat Bama tomorrow. I hope y'all are right. I hope y'all are right. I'm a Georgia fan. Shit. I want Georgia to win every game by 100. I want them to win every game by 100. Make me happy. I'll be streaming the Georgia-Bama game tomorrow and the Oregon-Penn State game. Those are the primetime games tomorrow at 7:30. That's going to be on Patreon, though. The Patreon people voted on the primetime stream this week. So make sure you're signed up on the Patreon page. It's $10 a month. I stream there every Saturday. And on October 11th, which is 2 weeks from tomorrow, I'm giving away $1,000 over there. Giving away $1,000 on the Patreon page in October. So make sure you get signed up. Come take Lou's money. Take Lou's money. Georgia Tech fan here. Been a follower since 2016 when I saw your reaction to Tech beating Georgia. You're the best college football channel on YouTube. Hey, thanks, Kevin. I appreciate that. But I know you're happy to have Georgia Tech back with a respectable team and program after kind of wandering the wilderness for a while under Jeff Collins. Hard to find a loss on Georgia Tech's schedule now. I feel like they will lose one just because it's hard for anybody to go undefeated. I mean, I didn't pick anybody to go undefeated this year in college football, not a single team. It's just hard to go undefeated no matter how good you are. So I feel like Georgia Tech probably will lose a game somewhere. And the thing about Georgia Tech is they rely so heavily on Haynes King, both throwing and running, that if he has an off day, it's almost impossible for Georgia Tech to do anything offensively. So it does feel like they'll drop a game somewhere, but they're probably going to wind up in Charlotte for the ACC championship. Lou, what do you think of Virginia? Well, they look good so far. I mean, they're winning 14-7. They've capitalized on some boneheaded shit from Florida State. I mean, Florida State's turned the ball over 3 times, really. One of them got overturned, so really 2 turnovers. A bunch of penalties for Florida State. They've played sloppy and undisciplined, Florida State has. And they're still only down 7, so Florida State not out of it. But, I mean, this is what you want to do when you're playing at home as an underdog. You want to start fast, get a lead early, keep the crowd in the game. It couldn't have gone any better for Virginia. Yeah, I'm talking ACC law. Yeah, I don't think you'll beat Georgia. No, last year was Tech should have won that game last year, and they blew it in overtime. It's the worst play calling I've ever seen. Buster Faulkner blew that shit in overtime. Y'all could have beat Georgia in overtime easy, just running the ball with Haynes King. Instead, Buster Faulkner called a bunch of plays that didn't make any sense at all and never ran Haynes King at all in overtime until like the 8th. Though it was too late, and they ended up losing. Might not get another chance that good this year. LSU beats Ole Miss by 10 plus. Yeah, I disagree on that. I got Ole Miss winning by a couple of scores. I bet Ole Miss already in that one. I got Ole Miss -1. I think it is -1. But I bet that on Monday. I haven't decided on a YouTube stream for tomorrow. So I usually decide that on Saturdays, depending on how I feel. But I stream on Patreon I always stream on Patreon. Sometimes I do a second stream on YouTube. Florida State with an interception. They're going to have the ball in the Virginia 25. Terrible, terrible decision to throw that ball by the Virginia quarterback. He should have thrown that away. He was under pressure, scrambling to his right. Had to get rid of it. He was getting ready to go out of bounds, and he threw up a prayer. Terrible, terrible play by the Virginia quarterback there. You cannot do that. That's how you lose as an underdog, is doing dumb shit like that. Big play from Florida State there. Yeah, what are you doing here? What are you doing? Wow, what a terrible play by this quarterback for Virginia. Why are you throwing that? Wow. Florida State gets a turnover, and they're going to be in business in the red zone with a chance to tie it up here. Virginia's shooting themselves in the foot. Do you still think Tennessee going 8-4 from what you see? Yes, I still think Tennessee's going 8-4. Yes. Most likely losses remaining. Oklahoma, Florida, Bama. You're going to win the over in the first half? Maybe. If Florida State scores quick here, that'd be 28 points. We'd need another touchdown. Yeah, you got to just throw that away. Play another down. That was bad. For the quarterback, Virginia quarterback there. Yeah, the over 31's still alive. Do you think Tennessee will beat Bama this season? No. It's at Bama. I don't think, no. I mean, maybe I'll change my mind by the time that game is played, but if that game was being played tomorrow, I'd pick Bama. Tennessee hadn't won at Florida in like 25 years. When was the last time Tennessee won at Florida? And they play there every other year. When was the last time Tennessee won at Florida? Like 2003 or something? It was a long time ago. TCU will destroy Arizona State. Arizona State defense sucks, says Sven. We won't lose to Florida. They are atrocious. 2003. They were atrocious 2 years ago when you lost there, buddy. They were terrible 2 years ago when you lost there. Commercial break, but Florida State's going to be in the red zone when we come back with about 6 minutes to go in the first half. They're down 14-7. TCU and Arizona State coming up in about 45 minutes at 9 o'clock. Yeah, Lagway's in a boot. Expected to play against Texas, though. They're off this week, and then they host Texas. He's expected to play in that game. Was the last I heard. That's fake news. Georgia's time in the spotlight is long gone. Have you been paying attention? They won the SEC and made the playoffs last year. I don't know if you're mentally retarded or you've been in a coma or what the fuck's been going on with you, but you've been a little out of the loop, bud. I can see Bama getting boat raced by Georgia. I can't see that. I couldn't see that with the Hubble telescope. I'd take a 1-point win and be happy as hell with it over Bama. I picked Bama to win. Your wedding is tomorrow? Wow. Dude, what are you doing? 5-star dummy. Second and 10. Florida State with the ball on the Virginia 27. Castellanos in the shotgun. Snap. Jet sweep. Gets to the outside, cuts up field, shoved out of bounds, a yard, maybe two short of the first down. It's going to be 3rd and short coming up for the Noles. 6:16 to go and the clock is ticking. Yeah, cameraman got ran over on the sideline. How did you come up with your channel name? The Angels gave it to me. 3rd and 1, shotgun. Snap, whistles. Florida State called a timeout from the sideline before the ball was snapped. 5:52 to go. Florida State takes their first timeout, looking at a 3rd and 1. Billy Napier uses the same washcloth as he wipes with. I think anybody that uses a washcloth is fucking disgusting. Washcloths are fucking disgusting. Florida State looking like dog shit so far. Well, the first quarter, yeah, for sure. 2 turnovers, bunch of penalties. But they just scored a touchdown 5 minutes ago and then intercepted a Virginia pass, and they're about to score again. So they could be about to turn it on here. Comment section going to be down bad. Arizona State in the way to go. You're taking Arizona State tonight? I like TCU on the road. Why use washcloth when you have hands? Says, washcloths are disgusting. Washcloths are fucking nasty. Castellanos is going to keep. First down and then some inside the 5. Might be a touchdown. Referee says he's down at the 1. Almost got tackled behind the line for a 5-yard loss. Instead turns it into a 1st and goal from the 1, though. Nearly scored. Oh, he fumbled out of bounds. That's why he didn't score. Okay. I didn't even see that he fumbled the ball. Yeah, he fumbled it out of bounds. He's lucky he fumbled it out of bounds and not into the end zone. Yeah, bass are disgusting too. Sitting around soaking in your own filthy fucking water. 1st and goal, Florida State from the 1, 14-7. They trail at Virginia with 5.5 minutes to go in the first half. Castellanos by himself in a shotgun. Motion, snap, quarterback draw. Walks into the end zone untouched. Oh, that wasn't even Castellanos. That was the running back. That was another direct snap to a running back there. Florida State, with an extra point here, will tie it up at 14. Georgia is the Minnesota of the SEC. Okay, so you are retarded. Okay, I thought earlier you might have been trolling, but now I can see that you're just clearly retarded. Malzone, calzone, offense, cooking pepperoni when we only wanted cheese. First half bet is alive. Yeah, we need one more touchdown. A field goal won't do us any good. We need one more touchdown to hit that over 31.5. UVA loves their wine and cheese. They can never be a true contender in football. Lowe's or Home Depot? Lowe's, not even a question. Fuck Home Depot. Home Depot doesn't put shit where it's supposed to be. Now, Lowe's doesn't either, but Home Depot is worse. Are you streaming the Georgia game tomorrow night? Yes, on Patreon. The link to the Patreon is in the description of the video. Make sure you get signed up. I will post a link to the stream tomorrow night on Patreon at 7:15. Just go to my Patreon page tomorrow night at 7:15. At the top of the page, you'll see the link. It'll say Week 5 Patreon stream link, Georgia versus Bama, Penn State versus Oregon. There'll be a link. Just click it. Home Depot brings out the Uncle Karen and Uncle Lou. We need to rig the wheel for Trap to win again. Yeah, he's won twice this year, I think, on the rigged wheel on Saturday morning. Only reason to go to Home Depot is to jerk off in the garden section, says James Hembry. You do you, bud. Wasn't Minnesota's last national title like in 1934? A little later than that. They won 3 natties in a row, like in 37, 38, 39, somewhere around there. They won 3 in a row. They're the only school to ever win 3 in a row. I wonder if Ryan Williams is bringing his teddy bear to UJ. I'm sure he is. He can't go anywhere without it. He takes that stupid fucking thing out to eat. Virginia pass incomplete. Should have been caught. Bobbled and dropped. Would have been a gain of 5 or 6 yards. Instead, it's going to be 3rd and 8 coming up now for Virginia. Nothing going right the last 10 minutes for Virginia. They dominated the first 20 minutes of the game. Last 10 minutes not been good. Virginia dropping wide open passes. Yeah. Tomorrow will be a year since the hurricane. Yep, that's right. Back to throw on 3rd and 8. Gets rid of it, caught, and picks up the first down before stepping out of bounds. So they keep the drive alive with 5:02 to go in the first half. Virginia 1st and 10, all tied up at 14. Is Bama not back? Back to what? Lou is tomorrow a Tommy Fries kind of day. No, we're doing chicken nachos tomorrow. Chicken nachos tomorrow, I think. 1st and 10 on the 35. Play action pass. Looked like they want to go deep. Nowhere to go with the ball. Oh, there he goes. Gets rid of it. Intercepted again. Bobbled. And then intercepted. Boy. Everything that went right for Virginia in the first half is going wrong for Virginia in the second half. And everything that went wrong for Florida State in the first half is going right for Florida State in the second half. It's total first and second quarter, I mean. Total opposites. Receiver went up to make a play on the ball, got his hands on it, but couldn't hold on. And Florida State, Johnny on the spot there, ball falls right to him. Back-to-back interceptions on 2 possessions in a row for Virginia. And Florida State's going to have a chance to take the lead here before halftime. This is why you can't make a full-time job betting college football. Yeah, betting's the best way to lose money on earth. Florida State on the ground. Picks up 6 or 7 yards right up the middle. It's going to be 2nd down now for Florida State. 4.5 minutes to go. Thunderstorms in Athens tomorrow. I haven't even looked at the weather. I don't know. No idea. It stormed here today in Augusta. I don't know what the weather is in Athens. Florida State with a pass behind the line of scrimmage, caught and tackled right away. Loss of about 4 on the play. 3rd and long coming up now for Florida State. Gotta love passes in the flat for nothing, says Fitzbits. Yep, every team runs that play 20. Every team in the country runs that same play 20 times a game. Every fan base hates it, and every fan base thinks their team is the only team that does it. But I'm telling you, offensive coordinators in college football had a meeting about 4 years ago, and they all agreed to run that play 20 times a game, and they've been doing it. They all do it, and everybody hates it. 3rd and 6 now for Florida State. Castellanos keeps off left tackle. Going to be tackled well short of the first down at the 40. 4th and 4 coming up for Florida State. Kind of in no man's land here. If I was Florida State, I'd probably go for it here. You got all the momentum. You've come back and tied it up. Virginia hadn't done shit on offense since the first quarter. You're on their 40, and they are going to keep the offense on the field here on 4th and, what they're going to call it, 5. 4th and 5. Big play here for Florida State and the Virginia defense. 4 wide. Snap. Back to throw. Looks left. Throws left. Caught. First down. Wow. Well, he stared that receiver down, did he? Never took his eyes off of him. He looked there immediately. Never looked anywhere else. Pretty good coverage, but a perfect throw on the sideline. Florida State keeps the drive alive. 1st and 10 now. 2:50 to go. Back to throw. Looks left again. Throws left again. Caught again. 1st and goal, Florida State at the 9. and the flag comes in late, it's going to be either a late hit or maybe a targeting. I have to see it again. It's definitely not targeting. What's the penalty? What's the penalty? Oh, Bo, come on. You got to be kidding me. Now, you want to know what... Jesus Christ. What in the fuck are we doing? There's no way that's targeting. What are we doing? Now, they're not going to... They're going to overturn the targeting. Look at that. Come on. What are we doing? That's textbook shoulder. Right in his chest. What are we doing here? This is bullshit, man. This is bullshit. What are we doing? Jesus Christ. Led with the crown of his helmet? No, he led with his... Looked like he led with his shoulder to me. Left shoulder. Looks like a clean hit to me. I don't know what you're supposed to do anymore as a DB if that's targeting. He turned his whole body and hit him with his shoulder. I don't know what else he's supposed to do. They're going to uphold it, too, and throw this guy out of the game. Man, that's such bullshit. That is such bullshit. What a terrible call. And then they review it and still called it. That's a terrible call. That guy's out of the game now. What a terrible call. It's going to be 1st and goal. Florida State, though, with a chance to take the lead here. 2:43 to go. In the first half. They're tied at 14 right now. A touchdown would be over 31.5 points, though. Yeah, I don't know what else that guy's supposed to do. I mean, he turned his whole body and led with his shoulder. I don't know what else he's supposed to do there. It's going to be 1st and goal, Florida State at the 4. Castellanos keeps and into the end zone for a touchdown. And Florida State has scored 3 straight touchdowns after falling behind 14-0. They're now up 21-14, or it'll be 21 after the extra point. Virginia's going to have 2.5 minutes left to throw another interception before halftime. The announcers are retarded. That's why I watch the games on mute. I watch the games on mute with closed captioning turned on, so if I need to know what they're saying, I can just read it. I don't listen to them. At least Clemson won't lose tomorrow. They're off, aren't? No, they play Syracuse tomorrow. At Syracuse, I think. So they might lose. Syracuse quarterback's out for the season, so that hurts. But I wouldn't put anything past Clemson in terms of losing. Indiana can do something Georgia can't and blow people out. Oh, that's that retarded kid again. Better take it easy on him. They already played Syracuse. Oh, is Clemson off? Yeah, they played Syracuse last week and lost. Who do they play this week? Are they off? Yeah, Indiana beat the soul out of Illinois. As much as I hate it, I'm a believer in Indiana again. I can't stand that fucking Signetti, but Indiana looked good. Give Octavian a hug for you? How am I supposed to do that? Florida State set to kick off now, 21-14. They've scored 3 straight touchdowns to take the lead here on the road at Virginia after falling behind 14-0 in the first quarter. Pay Lou Revolution, go blue. Have a great weekend. Yeah, you too, Mike. You too, buddy. Yes, yeah, Indiana looked good. Announcer said it as easy as it gets. Textbook, LOL. Made him get on his hands and knees. Go Noles. Do you think Tennessee will beat Bama this season? No. Thank y'all for the super chats. I appreciate that. Yeah, Indiana looks good again. 2:32 to go. 1st and 10 on their own 25. Virginia back to throw, which is dangerous. But they actually complete this one to their own team for a gain of 9. 2nd and 1 coming up now for Virginia. 2:25 to go. Clock ticking. Gus and Mike Norvell have history. New info. That's wild. Back to throw again. Under pressure. Dumps it off. Breaks a tackle and dives for the first down. 1st and 10 just across the 35. That's going to take us to the 2-minute warning. Clemson versus North Carolina tomorrow on Comedy Central. Is that tomorrow or next week? Boy, if Clemson loses to North Carolina, they'll never hear the end of that. North Carolina's dog shit. Northwestern versus UCLA on Cartoon Network. Pavia is winning the Heisman. Juice Poot think Napier is winning Coach of the Year for that Florida defense. He probably does think that. Where's Burgle? Must be in the living room. Is it corny that James Franklin took a helicopter to watch a commit? No. People have been doing that down here for 20 years. All the schools have their own helicopter down here. That's nothing new. How much is North Carolina paying Belichick? $10 million a year. Appreciate everything you do. I've been here since the Aubrey Solomon video. Yeah, I remember that one. That Aubrey Solomon's why I quit following recruiting. Clemson takes an L to the bye week. So they are off this week, then North Carolina next week. I hate Cignetti. He makes me hate Indiana. Yeah, I can't stand Kurt Cignetti. If Bama beats Georgia, does it become the best win in the country? Probably. You got the Ohio State win over Texas. The Georgia win over Tennessee. It would be right up there with those. Slim Chickens, your wife said? Slim Chickens is dog shit, my man. Wife Saver's the only chicken joint worth going to around here. Most gambling sites have a way of knowing when you're on a VPN and block it. Was Quincy Carter on cocaine? I have no idea. No clue. It was a long time ago. Released the Lou files? What do you want to know? All right, last 2 minutes of the first half here. 1st and 10 for Virginia. Pass complete. Gets out of bounds after a gain of about 6. 2nd and 4. Not a big Signetti fan, but I'm okay with a guy that demolishes Brett Bielema's team. Lifesaver mac and cheese is the best. Yeah, I love Lifesaver. All their sides are good. I like their fried okra. Virginia pass. Looks like a first down, and it is. And then he gets out of bounds, stops the clock with 1:51 to go. They're up near midfield. Georgia has 3 losses on their schedule. Which 3 games? I've got them at 10-2. Which 3 do you have them losing? First down goes nowhere for Virginia. Clock running with 1:40 to go. They're down 7, 21-14 in the first half. Ole Miss will destroy what's left of the UGA program. You're an Ole Miss fan? God dang. No wonder you're so mad. And retarded, too. You're inbred. And have no education. Nearly picked it off again, but Virginia came away with this one. Still running inside the 30 all the way down to the 25. Now that was a crazy fucking play right there. That might be a Sports Center top 10 type of deal. Look at this Florida State defensive back jump the ball, tip it. But this time the Virginia receiver comes down with it, spins out of a tackle, runs through another tackle, and Virginia in business now down at the Florida State 26 on a wild fucking play. 1 minute to go in the first half. They got plenty of time with 3 timeouts left. Snap. Handoff, has a little bit of a hole, breaks a tackle. He's going to score. Wow. Piss poor fucking tackling on those last 2 plays by Florida State. Leads to a Virginia touchdown, and they're going to tie it back up here after the extra point. Wow, 2 plays in a row, really bad tackling by Florida State. I mean, credit to the Virginia Tech guys for the runs, but that was some poor tackling there by Florida State on those last 2 plays, and they're going to let Virginia go down and tie it up here. If you're going to make fried okra, you don't want canola oil. I don't make my own fried okra. I have an aunt that grows it herself and makes it, though, and it's the best I've ever had because it's fresh right off the fucking vine. They got a farm up in Washington, Georgia, and that's the best fried okra I've ever had. But as far as store-bought or restaurant fried okra, Lifesaver is the best I've ever had from any place like that. I don't know what I could find out what they used to, well, I don't want to say, I was about to say something I shouldn't say. How bad is Alabama? It's hard to say. I mean, do you really think Alabama and Florida State just aren't any good? And so when they played, it didn't mean anything? Like, I don't know. Like, I think Florida State and Alabama are both some amount of good. Florida State's obviously better. They beat them. But Alabama might end up being about what they were last year. You know, a 9-3, 8-4 type of team, maybe. Or maybe Florida State's the best team in the country and Alabama's the second best team in the country. I mean, I honestly don't know. I can call anybody inbred I want, like you, for example, are obviously inbred. And probably homeschooled. Yeah. I bet you were homeschooled, weren't you? All right, 48 seconds. Let's see if Florida State can do anything here at the end of the half. They're going to run a draw play on first down and pick up about 8 yards. Are they going to take a timeout? No, not yet. Clock under 40 seconds. They run back to the line. Wasted a lot of time off the clock, though. 2nd and 2, back to throw now. Castellano scrambling. Gets rid of it, throws it away out of bounds, incomplete. Stops the clock with 24 seconds to go. 3rd and 2. coming up now. Lou is bully. He's always calling people retards. Do you feel bullied, bud? You feel bullied, man? You all right? Don't do anything drastic, man. Don't go home and hurt yourself. I'm just kidding with you. Your feelings are very important. 3rd and 2, Florida State picks up the first down. 19 seconds to go now, and they are going to take a timeout here. That's their second timeout. They'll have one remaining. 1st and 10, 19 seconds to go. They're going to be around their own 35-yard line. Dabo ain't going to Bama. I don't know why Bama would want him. I don't know why anybody would want Dabo. Dabo's not going to win in modern college football unless he changes his mindset and philosophy on college football. So I don't know why anybody would want him right now. Stop mistreating Uncle Lou. This is a troll-free zone. No, it's not a trolls. Trolling is allowed. It's just frowned upon, as clearly stated on the screen there. Trolling is allowed. It's just frowned upon. The reason it's frowned upon is because too many of y'all are terrible at it. Trolling is supposed to be funny. The problem is, a lot of y'all, when y'all try to troll, you just come off looking like retards. Like that RC Cola motherfucker in there. Dumbass still drinks Tang. Florida State might be dog shit. I don't think Florida State is dog shit. This is a tough spot for Florida State. A road game during the week on a short week. Their first road game of the year. The week before they play Miami. So this was a red flag game for Florida State from a betting angle. Back to throw. Going deep. Chunks it way downfield. Threw it too far. Receiver couldn't catch up. Incomplete. 3rd and 5 now. Just 7 seconds left in the first half. Oh, hey, Monk. You had to come see what's going on back here? We just chilling. We big chilling back here, Monk. Dabo needs to fire his nepotism coaches, get coaches who can recruit players and coach them up. Lou, have you ever heard of Murphy Village? Yeah, that's across the river in South Carolina. That's the gypsy camp. My bookie lives over there. My bookie's a gypsy. Who would I hire if I was Florida's athletic director? I would make Lane Kiffin tell me no 3 times before I called anybody else. That's going to be halftime. 21-21 is the score. I'm going to turn the second TV on. We got Arizona State and Arizona State and TCU coming up at 9 o'clock. So we're going to be watching that one too. Lou, how can I message real quick? What, me? You can email me, crazyunclelou@gmail.com. crazyunclelou@gmail.com. My bookie's a gypsy for real. I'm not kidding. I'm dead serious. Best college football live stream on YouTube. Hey, thanks, Austin. Well, y'all came back in that second quarter, didn't you? 3 straight touchdowns. Wasn't looking good for you in the first quarter. Couldn't find a Florida State fan anywhere. But it's going to be a good second half. Be careful. Gypped is a saying for a reason. Yeah, the gypsies are liars and thieves. That's how they make their living. The women steal and the men are con artists. DJ Lagway interceptions on the year or Joey Aguilar touchdown total? Which will be more? A Joey Aguilar touchdown total. Yeah, I don't think it'll be close. Has your bookie ever tried to con you? No. His bookie business is the most legitimate business he has. It's all of his other businesses that are cons. The women wear enough makeup for two people. Yeah. They got those gypsy, the 12, 13-year-old girls be walking around the restaurant in the mall like they're 25. High heels, dresses, the fucking 10 pounds of caked on makeup, frizzed out hair. Is the gypsy a fairly dangerous man? Not to me. He's not going to do shit to me. Gypsy is a slur, Lou. I will report you. Go ahead, retard. That's a slur too. Report that one too. $700 in the chat, 300 likes. Make it make sense. Yeah, if we don't get it to 450 likes, I'm shutting the stream down. So you've been forewarned. Your TV is behind bad. The TV is not behind. YouTube stream is delayed. He will give you that shit from the Stephen King movie. Randy doesn't know how the internet works. Yeah, he thinks this is real time. I'll tell you what, Lou, that Joey Aguilar has impressed me. I did not expect much, but you know it's those guys that work hard to get it. Well, that and the fact that he's been in college for 7 years, that doesn't hurt either. Remember when Georgia won a natty and y'all told me it was only because Stetson Bennett had been in college for 7 years, so we'll find out if that's true this season when Tennessee doesn't win the natty. Damn, Lou is not having it with the retards tonight. Well, that's why people come to this channel. People come to this channel either to try to troll or to watch me troll the trolls. That's why everyone's here. They're only here for one of those two reasons. What's in the corner, Lou? What do you mean? What corner? Which corner? Over here? Ah! The damn cat just took off running. The damn cat just took off running. I'm gonna go fill up my water. I'll be right back. Let's prank Lou. When he comes back, everyone texts Georgia sucks, Tennessee's taint. Yeah, do it. Prank me. Here, I'll look away. All right. All right. Let's see how y'all voted in that poll. TCU in the first half. All right, let's put a bet in. TCU first half. TCU first half. There it is. I can't remember the last time UVA was any good. Yeah, me either. Me either. They've been down for a while. Florida State's a 7-point favorite in the second half. The over-under is 31 points in the second half. Same as the first half. As a State fan, no, State is not there yet, but better team, and I'm happy we got over our 3.5 win total. Yeah, they've already sailed past that. LouTube for an Emmy. Emmys are for actors. Tennessee man's favorite movie is Two Guys, One Cup. Dang. I thought the sickest thing Tennessee people did was use their butt funnel as a straw, but that might be worse. What does this game show you? FSU got lucky with Bama? Or no, it shows me that Florida State is playing on the road during the week on a short week, their first road game of the year, the week before their biggest game of the year, the Miami game next week. This is why you bet Virginia +7 in this spot. Doesn't mean it'll win. There's no such thing as a sure bet, but this is why you take Virginia +7 in this game, because it's a horrible spot for Florida State. Fall fans play cornhole with Auburn fans. Yeah, and they don't need a cornhole board or beanbags to play. The spread was only 6.5. Yeah, I got it at 7 on Monday. I bet it on Monday, Virginia +7. Bama leaves Bama at home when we play on the road. Yeah, Kalen DeBoer has struggled away from Tuscaloosa. There's no doubt about it. Now, he's got that one dominating win at LSU last year. That was impressive. They beat LSU at LSU by like 40 last year. But the rest of their road games have been struggle busts under Kalen DeBoer. Did I miss an LSU versus Ole Miss poll? No, they play tomorrow. FSU about to win by 21. Go put all your money on Florida State -7 in the second half then. You can double your net worth. The city of Athens banned all stuffed animals. Ryan Williams is screwed. Oh, boy. My UJ fan friend bet on Mississippi State to win. He said Heupel couldn't beat the Dogs if you learned from Michael Vick. I took Mississippi State +7. I think it was 7 or 8. +7.5. I have Mississippi State +7.5. Triple yours? Well, you can make it 6 times mine. Bet your net worth on Florida State -7, and you'll have 6 times my net worth if you currently have triple my net worth. Hit these Tennessee fans with the General Voltard during halftime? I'm not getting the General Voltard out. Josh Pate just told me every team is really good. I believe you. I believe that, actually. That I believe. I don't even think you're trolling. That sounds like something he would do. When am I covering the Falcons again? Never. Where did I get the Pope outfit? From the Halloween store. I go to the Halloween store every year around this time of year. I haven't been yet this year, but I'll go soon. But I go to the Halloween store around this time every year and look for things that I might be able to use for super fans, characters, or whatever. Falcons made me want to take an entire bottle of Tylenol. Pick up a duck costume. Are you new here? Like this? Something like this, you mean? Just got home. What's going on with Florida State? Are they overrated? Is Virginia underrated? Maybe a weird trappy game. That weird trap game. Florida State turned the ball over twice in the first quarter. Virginia turned it over twice in the second quarter. So Virginia was up 14-0. Florida State scored 3 straight touchdowns to take the lead, 21-14, and then Virginia scored at the end of the half to tie it up. But the last thing you typed is the correct answer. Weird trap game for Florida State on the road, first road game of the year, short week, Friday night game, the week before they play Miami. Everclear is liquid death. Yes, it is. We used to blow fireballs with that shit. Take a shot, hold it in your mouth, light a lighter, spit it out. Big fireball. We ran a car off of Everclear one night. Everclear makes me see the Grim Reaper in my toilet bowl. You shouldn't drink that shit straight. That'll kill you. You shouldn't drink that shit straight. What's the Florida State Miami spread? I have no idea. If I had to guess, I would say whoever the home team is going to be favored by 3 or 4. That would be my guess, but I don't know. Everclear is just poverty moonshine? No. Moonshine is poverty Everclear. Is Natty Light basically water? Well, all light beer is basically water, but that's all. If I drink beer, that's all I drink is light beer, not Natty Light. But Lou, if Georgia Tech wins out, loses to Georgia, loses ACC championship, do you think the committee puts them in? Yeah, you're asking me if Georgia Tech goes 11-2 with a loss in the ACC championship game, are they getting in the playoffs? Yes, that's a 100% yes. You've never had good moonshine. There's no such thing as good moonshine. Everybody that makes moonshine thinks their moonshine is good and everybody else's is terrible. But when in reality, their moonshine is just as terrible as everybody else's. And then they'd go, no, you got to try mine. It's watermelon flavored. And then you say, okay, and you try it, and it tastes like the same gasoline that everybody else's moonshine tastes like. All of y'all, I know it hurts y'all's feelings, and there's going to be people in the comment section that say, that's not true, mine is good. No, it's not. Yours is dog shit, just like everybody else's. Everybody that makes their own moonshine at home, it's fucking terrible. Most people won't tell you that because they're nice and polite and usually related to you. I'm none of those things, so I will tell you the truth. It's fucking terrible. All of your moonshine is fucking gross. None of it's any good. You think it's good because you spent time making it. And people that are close to you tell you it's good because they don't want to hurt your feelings. I don't give a fuck about your feelings, so I'll just tell you the truth. Your moonshine's not any good. It's terrible. Who would want to make moonshine now? You can just go to the liquor store. Yeah. Do you live down south? There's some people down here, man. They think it's still fucking 1915 down here. They fucking, every day is Dukes of Hazzard for these people down here. There's some people down here that's living in the past, but they still do Civil War reenactments down here. It's weird. They do a lot of weird shit down here. I'm like, you're gonna lose no matter how many times you reenact this. The outcome is the same. You lose every time. They're out there in the woods with the get-ups on, and the whole these 45-year-old men out here pretending to be Confederate soldiers. What the fuck are y'all doing, man? Come on now. Reenacting a loss. I don't understand that shit. I don't understand that at all. Why do you think Tennessee was a good win? Because I think Tennessee's a good team. You don't think Tennessee's a good team? We're about to do it for real. No, you're not. No, you're not. No, you're not. You're talking about the fake Civil War that the Gravy Seals keep talking about on the internet. Y'all aren't going to do a goddamn thing but sit at home and type on the internet. And if a Civil War did break out, you'd be in your bathtub underneath a fire blanket tweeting about it. You wouldn't do shit. I saw someone in my area listing a KKK robe on Facebook Marketplace, Dothan, Alabama. Yeah, well. People who talk online about how they can't wait for the Civil War and all this shit are the same type of dumbasses that put "I'm an alpha male" in their Twitter bio. Anybody that puts "I'm an alpha male" in their Twitter bio, it's a dead giveaway that they're not an alpha male. They're whatever the opposite of that is. No, that's not what I would do, because I'm not one of these dumbasses that's sitting around pretending to have wet dreams about a civil war that you know good and well you're not going to have anything to do with, even if it did happen. You wouldn't even know who to fight or who to shoot. You wouldn't even know what to do. You'd be in your bathtub underneath a bunch of blankets, typing in my comments section about the same dumb shit you're typing about now. Only difference is you'd be hiding while you were doing it. Second half underway in Virginia, all tied up at 21 after the first half. Weird first half. Virginia got out to a 14-0 lead. Bunch of turnovers and penalties by Florida State in the first quarter. Florida State then scored 3 straight touchdowns to take the lead. Virginia got the ball back with about 2 minutes to go and went down and scored. And that's where we're at, tied up at 21. Each team with a couple of turnovers in the first half. Florida State with the ball on their own 25. 1st and 10, shotgun for Castellanos. Snap. Hands it off. Hit at the line of scrimmage and drop for a loss of about 1. Alabama hasn't changed much since the Civil War. Trust me, Lou, we are hiding now. Evening, Lou, ready for a great weekend of college football. It is going to be a good one. There are great games tonight and all day tomorrow, for sure. For sure. 2nd and 11 now for Florida State. First possession of the second half, tied at 21. An option. Castellanos keeps, gains about 3, maybe 4 yards. 3rd and long coming up here for Florida State. Type. Yep, that's what they love to do. Type. Castellanos rolls right, throws complete, and good for a 1st down. Keeps the drive alive for Florida State. 1st and 10. They're on their own 37. Just underway, TCU and Arizona State. Arizona State's going to have the ball first. Pass complete for a 1st down up at the 40. 1st and 10, Arizona State. Florida State on 1st and 10 keeps it on the ground for no gain. 2nd down coming up, Florida State. The only people that would fight in a civil war would be college football fans if the games were canceled. Yeah. Yeah. Another pass complete for Florida State right at the 1st down marker. It looks like they're going to mark him a little bit short. 3rd and 1. Sam Levitt completes the pass out in the flat on 1st and 10. Was he tackled or not? They're going to have to look at that. Florida State on 3rd and 1, gains 1, picks up the 1st down. They're on their own 47. It will be fun to mock the fans of whoever loses the Oregon-Penn State game tomorrow night. It's going to be a good game. It's going to be a good... The Big Ten championship game was good. That's the most points I've seen Penn State score in a big game in a long time was that Big Ten championship game. Of course, it wasn't enough. They still lost. They ran for 300 yards in that game and still lost. They're going to have to throw the ball tomorrow. I mean, that's all there is to it. Big run for Florida State all the way down inside the 30 to the 29. Big run. Gain of about 30. 1st and 10, Knowles. Retired infantry soldier, 99.9% of these internet warriors can't tie a fucking shoe. Yeah, James, exactly right. Anybody that knows anything at all about war would not be on the internet begging for one. And anybody that would actually participate in a war would not be on the internet talking about it. There's talkers and there's doers. It's like people on the internet that want to fight you all the time on the internet. If you're on the internet looking to fight somebody, then you don't want to fight. Arizona State just turned the ball over. They got the ball to start the game, and they've turned it over here on their first possession. Ripped out by the TCU defender. Oh, wait a minute. No, I think they're going to call him down here. On the replay, it looks like his knee is down. This is probably going to get overturned if they review it. Lou, will you go as Josh Pate for Halloween? Go where? Castellanos keeps and dropped for a loss. That was a 3rd down play. So it's going to be 4th and about 7 now for Florida State. They'll have to kick a field goal here. I'm an Iraq veteran. Which Iraq war? The first one or the second one? The one we won or the one we lost? When was the last time we won a war? World War II? Field goal up. He pushed it right. No good. Not even close. Looked like Tennessee's kicker. Dang. Is that Tennessee's kicker? No, that's Florida State's kicker. Missed it. Still tied at 21. What are they gonna? It looks like that. Are y'all watching the Arizona State game? It looks like his knee was. I mean, it's close. They called it a fumble on the field. I obviously hope it is a fumble because we bet on TCU, but it looked like his knee might have been down. I don't know. They're still reviewing it. 13 minutes to go in the first quarter of that TCU-Arizona State game. It's on Fox if any of y'all want to watch that one. TCU and Arizona State. 13 minutes to go, first quarter, no score. Arizona State got the ball first. There's a fumble. TCU recovered it, but they're reviewing to see if the runner was down, and it's really close. Really close. Why is there politics in my Uncle Woo chat? Stop, says Mike Luca. Lou, if Georgia Tech wins out, loses to Georgia. Oh, we read that one. I appreciate y'all with those super chats. Did y'all hit the thumbs up like you were supposed to? Let's see. 422. We need 30 more thumbs up, Ron. I have no choice but to shut the stream down. I hope 30 people will hit the thumbs up so I can keep streaming. Routine field goal and Tennessee wins. They were the better team that day. There's 3 phases of the game, buddy. What are they? Offense, defense, special teams. 1/3 of your team sucked that day, and you lost. But Tennessee keeps finding new ways to lose to Georgia, don't they? How about don't give up a 21-point lead? You were up 21 points in the first quarter, weren't you? Don't give up that lead, man. You don't have to kick a game-winning field goal. Instead, your defense was dog shit. You got beat again for the 9th year in a row. Absolute shame. Absolute shame. Yeah, they reversed that call and Arizona State punted. So TCU will have the ball after the Arizona State punt here. 1st and 10 TCU. This will be their first possession. On the road at Arizona State. Arizona State already has that one loss on the road at Mississippi State. So it'll be tough for them if they catch a second loss here. Just as tough as it's going to be when Alabama catches their second one tomorrow. A handoff for TCU, no room. Dropped for a loss. We need touchdown and an interception for Virginia, and the rest is endurance, says future president. Lou, stop bullying Tennessee fans. You said you were going to take it easy on us. I said I was going to take it easy on you in your season is over video, and I did. I'm a man of my word. Any interest in betting on the Wake Nerd game? Man, I think 14.5 is too many points. So I know you like Wake Forest there, so probably not, because I probably agree with you. Trace Lothar says, Lou, I made a bet with a Tennessee buddy of mine that if Gilbert missed that kick, I would name my next child Gilbert. So the next member of the Hill people will be Gilbert Lothar. I'd see if I couldn't buy my way out of that one, bud. TCU quarterback on a scramble up to the 25, but it was 3rd and 24, so they're going to have to punt it away. So back-to-back punts to start the game here, Arizona State and TCU. Virginia scores here, trust me. I hope so. I got Virginia +7. We didn't bet the second half, did we? No. So I just have the Virginia +7 bet. A handoff for Virginia on 1st down. They're going to keep it on the ground. Only picked up a yard or 2. Great punt by TCU down inside the 10-yard line all the way down to the 7. 1st and 10 Arizona State now backed up on their own 7. I did pick Bama. But I obviously want Georgia to win. I'm a Georgia fan. But I did pick Bama, yeah. 3rd and 4 now for Virginia. Let's see if they can pick up the 1st down here. They're on their own 32. 8:45 to go in the 3rd quarter. Back to throw. Caught. 1st down. Up to the 40. Keeps the drive alive. 1st and 10 Virginia. What's the streaming plans tomorrow? 7:30 on Patreon. 7:30 on Patreon. Well, about 7:15. We're going to stream the primetime games on Patreon tomorrow. That's Georgia, Alabama, and Penn State, Oregon. There's a couple other good games on too in primetime, but those are the 2 big ones in primetime tomorrow. So yeah, be on Patreon tomorrow night for the primetime games. And I'm giving away $1,000 on Patreon. So if you've ever thought about joining, now would be a great time to do it. Giving away $1,000 over there. It's $10 a month. I stream every Saturday. 2nd and 4 now for Virginia. Off right tackle. Nice gain. Breaks a tackle across midfield to the 45 or so, it looks like. Under 7.5 minutes to go. Still tied at 21. Third quarter. Virginia with the ball, 1st and 10. Nobody scored yet in the second half. There's like 5 great games on at 3:30 tomorrow. Yeah, there's great games on all day tomorrow. It's a great day of games tomorrow. Yeah, I like this Virginia running back too. Who was it? There he goes again. Puts his foot in the ground, cuts it upfield, gain of 5 or 6. Who said that? Where did it go? Matt. Yeah. Coming into this game, everybody was talking about Virginia's quarterback, and he hasn't played good. That first interception he threw in particular was horrible. But I like this tailback here for Virginia. He's had a good game. Here he goes again, bounces it outside, gain of about 15, and another first down. 2nd and 5, gains about 15. Yeah, he's had a good game. FSU is cooked. Well, they looked cooked in the first quarter, too, and they came back. So I ain't going to write them off yet. But this is a good-looking drive here for Virginia. They're on the ground again. Look at him breaking tackles. Is that the same running back, or are they rotating them in and out? That number 20? Yeah, he's coming out now. I got to pay attention because I don't even know if this is the same running back that's with all these runs or if they're rotating 2 different running backs in and out. But the ground game for Virginia is cooking right now for sure. 2nd and 5 coming up now for Virginia. What's that coach's name for Virginia? Is it Tony Elliott? Shotgun, snap, handoff. Number 3 this time. Another hole. Running people over. Inside the 15, 10-yard gain on 2nd and 5. They're doing to Florida State here what Florida State did to Alabama, just pushing them off the line, manhandling them. Big boy football, bully ball. What are you doing, Florida State? Man up. Yeah, these Virginia running backs are playing hard. 1st and 10 on the 13. They're going to hand it off again. Why not? Not much room that time. Only picks up a couple of yards. 2nd and 8. Scores tied. Virginia isn't dominating anything. Big wheeze. Nobody is afraid of Miami. Yeah, I don't think anybody's afraid of Miami. I mean, Miami's a good team, but no one's afraid of them. They haven't won anything probably since Big Wheeze was born. Nobody's afraid of Miami. They are a good team. That doesn't mean that anybody's afraid of them. 3rd and 3 for Arizona State, backed up inside their own 20. Levitt throws deep, has a man caught up at the 40. Big play. Big play by Arizona State. Nothing doing for Virginia on 2nd down. It's going to be 3rd down now for Virginia. 3rd down and short. I'm afraid of the city of Miami. There's no reason to be afraid of the city of Miami. There's no reason to be afraid of any city. On the ground. No, the quarterback keeps it this time and walks into the end zone. That's great play calling right there, y'all. That's great play calling. Everybody in that stadium and all of us watching thought that running back was going to get the ball there, and the quarterback picked the perfect time to pull it and keep it. And he walks into the end zone. Virginia takes the lead. That was a great play call there. They've been running it down the throat here with these running backs, and now the quarterback pulls it out and keeps it. Walks into the end zone almost untouched. Look at that. Great play call there. Extra point is good, and Virginia retakes the lead, 28-21. An upset in the making here with 3:45 to go. Where's everybody that put their life savings on Florida State because it was easy money? Where the guy was in here a minute ago said he's worth 6 times what I'm worth. Where's he at? He's going to be worth less than me if he keeps betting on Florida State, isn't he? Where'd that guy go? Remember, he said Florida State's going to win by 3 touchdowns at halftime. I told him to put his life savings on Florida State. His reply was, I'm worth 3 times what you are. I said, well, great. Put it all on Florida State, then you'll be worth 6 times what I'm worth. Turns out he might be in the poorhouse. That wrapping paper has been lost over time. It was in a storage, not a storage unit. We had a friend that had a storage building in their backyard, and that's where we were keeping the wrapping paper. And that person was that person was ex-military, but they worked for the Department of Defense, and they ended up getting not shipped. They took a job, a civilian job in Afghanistan, rented their house out while they were gone to Afghanistan. We moved. Anyway, it all just kind of got lost in the shuffle, and I actually don't know what ended up happening to that wrapping paper. I mean, we gave a shitload of it away because we paid next to nothing for it. 10 cents a roll or whatever. Miami is safe. Just be careful walking in Athens, Georgia. Those boys are lit. I believe you that you're scared of Athens, Georgia. I believe you. You seem like the type of person that would be scared of a small town. Is LSU frauds? I don't think they're frauds. I think they have a really good defense, and I think Nussmeier's a good quarterback, but their offense just hasn't been clicking. My prediction for LSU in the preseason was 9-3, and I still think that's the most likely record for them. Just getting home was the story of the game. All right, so Florida State had 2 turnovers in the first quarter, and Virginia was up 14-0. Florida State then scored 3 touchdowns in a row to take a 21-14 lead on 2 Virginia turnovers. Virginia scored at the end of the first half to tie it up at 21. Each team's had the ball a couple of times in the second half and punted, except for Virginia on their last possession. Drove down the field, mostly running the ball, and scored to retake the lead 28-21. So it's been kind of a back and forth game. Virginia won the first quarter. Florida State won the second quarter. Virginia's winning the third quarter. SEC fans are soft, says Auburn man, who is an SEC person. Or at least he's admitting it. What is the over in the Virginia game? What, like before the game started? 60 something, 60, 62, I think. I think it was 62 or 63. I'm scared of Uncle Lou. Unless you do something to the lady or one of my kids, you don't have a reason to be scared of me. Lou, do you know what day you're giving the 1K away? October 11th. 2 weeks from tomorrow. Am I going to stream through the TCU-Arizona State game? Maybe. Maybe. We'll see. What's up, Kai? Is it 1K to one person? There's a poll on Patreon. You have to vote. It's either going to be 1K to one person, 500 to two people, 250 to four people, or 100 to 10 people. It's up to the Patreon people. There's a poll on Patreon. I haven't looked at it, so I don't know what the poll looks like. Will Hype and Hate be back? I'm sure it will at some point. Your season is about to be over, troll, says Shrek Talk. Lou, I cannot wait to go to Athens next year for the Oklahoma-Georgia game. Boomer. Yeah, that'll be a good one. Both the games are in a commercial right now. You're the best college football channel on YouTube. Don't tell Rec Talk. I love Rec Talk, man. Rec Talk and Sea Dog. Those are my buddies there. They're good guys too. Both of them are good guys. Like good people. I like both of them a lot. I've met them both a bunch of times. Those are my boys there. Even though they're Georgia Tech fans, I still like them. What's up, Chief? Good to see you in here. Don't leave out Pigskin Pete. Pigskin Pete's probably my best friend. I'm not gonna lie. I've got friends I've known longer than Pete, but I love Pete to death. Pete's probably my best friend for real. Lou, do you have to go around incognito in Augusta? No. I mean, I do get recognized from time to time, but no, I don't have to go around incognito, no. J-Dog, thank you for the super chat, buddy. I appreciate that. He says, Lou, I love the videos. I'll be at the UGA game tomorrow night with the old lady. Anything you want me to do while I'm there? Yeah, get us a win, man. We need one bad. We need one bad. We got to turn this thing around against Bama. We don't have to beat Bama every time, but we got to beat them more often than we have been. So, yeah, you can get me a win while you're there. That'd be great. Evan215, good to see you in here, buddy. He says, I wonder if that Florida State man telling everyone they need to kiss FSU ass is going to call in after getting pushed around by Virginia. You know the answer to that before you typed it. The answer is no. People like that never call back in when they lose. Lou, what's up with the hype and hate? I quit doing the hype and hate videos for the teams that I've already done 5 or 6 hype and hate videos for, because I got tired of talking the same shit about the same teams over and over and over again year after year after year. Now the SEC schedules have changed some, so I may do some more. I'm not saying I'll never do another one, but they got kind of stale to me. I kind of lost interest in doing them. So rather than forcing myself to do them, because I didn't do them last year either. I think I did 1 or 2 maybe last year. And I'm not saying I'll never do another one. I'm sure I will do another one. But I don't know what team or when it would be or anything like that. Maybe Texas, because we didn't do any for Texas last year, I don't think. And we don't, in the past, haven't normally played them. But, like, just doing Florida and South Carolina and Kentucky and Vandy and Tennessee and Bama and Auburn over and over and over and over again every year just got old. Lou, what will be your Bama outfit if they lose? Well, the Bama fan was in this past Sunday's Your Season Is Over video, so Castellanos with a big run down inside the 10 out of bounds at the 5. I think that's Castellanos. Yeah. First and goal, Florida State looking to tie it up here. Virginia with a 7-point lead. Quarterback draw, Castellanos, all kinds of room. Out of bounds at the 5. First and goal, Knowles. This is a good game. Exciting game, too. Entertaining. TCU with the ball. Dropped pass. Would have been inside the 20. Instead, it's going to be 3rd and 9. Back around the 30. They're in field goal range. No score. TCU and Arizona State. 4.5 minutes to go in the first quarter. 1st and goal, Florida State. They keep it on the ground. They're barely get back to the line of scrimmage there. It's going to be 2nd and goal now for Florida State. Ballard, thank you for the super chat. He says, Slobs 2026 will be fun. Slobsville, Tennessee, they ain't ready. Woo. Yeah, the Slob Olympics 2026 is in Nashville next year. So any of y'all that live up in the Tennessee area or within driving distance of Nashville, well, I mean, anybody can go. No matter, we can fly there if you want to. People do it every year. But the Slob Olympics next year will be in Nashville. March 11th through 13th, I think. It's the 2nd weekend in March. In Nashville. Yeah, Florida State scored. So an extra point will tie it at 28. 18 seconds to go in the 3rd quarter. Tied at halftime, and now each team has scored once in the 3rd quarter. And as long as the extra point's good, we're going to be tied again. 1st and 10 now for TCU inside the Arizona State 20. No score in this one. Toss, sweep. Gets to the corner, cuts up field, upended and tackled inside the 15 at around the 13. Gain of about 6. Game day to Tallahassee next week if Florida State wins. That would be my guess, yeah, for the Florida State-Miami game next week, yeah. Yeah, you're almost a lock on that over if you bet the over. Jump pass, yeah. Another toss sweep from TCU, and this one is going to be a touchdown. TCU is going to take the lead on the road at Arizona State. Extra point was good, by the way, so we're all tied up at 28, Florida State and Virginia. I'd love to see you do a collab with the Film Guy Network. He seems like a nice enough guy, but I've got no interest at all in that film breakdown shit that he does on his channel. It's just boring to me. I couldn't care less about watching the same run and play 9 times in a row while he explains to me why the left guard did what he did. He's really good at his job, I'm sure, and I don't have anything bad to say about him. But it's just boring as fuck to me. I don't like that kind of content. It just bores me. I'm not an X's and O's guy. I'm a watch and react guy. Thank you for the super chat. Uncle Lou's bath towel. Probably the most disturbing name in the comments section. HJB says, hey Lou, I'm the retard Penn State fan last night for not knowing how to operate StreamYard while intoxicated. Anyway, in that, thanks for all you do. Big day tomorrow, and thanks for all you do. Hopefully you can get it figured out. Hopefully you can get it figured out. I appreciate the super chat, man. That's very nice of you. Good luck tomorrow. I picked Penn State for what it's worth, so good luck. 2nd and 10 coming up for Virginia after that Florida State touchdown. They're on their own 25, all tied at 28. 11 seconds to go in the 3rd quarter. Could be the last play of the quarter here. Snap. Now, why are they throwing the ball? Well, they caught it. Across the 40 to the 45. Gain of 21. 1st down, Virginia. I don't know. Wouldn't you come out and run it again and make them prove they can stop it? I mean, they ran it down their throat on that last possession. Ate up 5 or 6 minutes of clock. And there wasn't nothing Florida State could do. I don't know. You come out and your first 2 plays now are pass plays. Now, they did hit that one for a gain of 20, but I thought we'd see more of that ground game. It's time to lock the gate in Athens and get this done and whoop that Bama ass for 60 minutes. Let's get it. I sure hope so. They need a win against Bama. That mental block that Kirby's got with Bama needs to go away. There's a rumor out there that Uncle Lou taught Deion Sanders how to play DB. That's definitely not true. That's definitely not true. What's going on with the ACC this year? It feels completely wild and wide open. Uh, Maybe. It may turn out that way. I mean, it looks to me like Georgia Tech, Florida State, and Miami are the best teams in the ACC. Louisville will win the ACC. Is that you, Heather, on a troll account? Get back on your regular account, Heather. I know I was mean to you earlier, but get back on your regular account. We know that's you. You're the only Louisville fan. Hearing word Coach Malachi Moore may be coming back tomorrow to coach Bama. Did he get drafted or make a roster in the NFL? I just bet on this Florida State game to go to overtime at plus 550. Well, I have Virginia plus 7, so if it goes to overtime, it would be hard for me to lose. So I guess I wouldn't mind that too much. Lou, please put the binky back in your mouth and do the Malachi Moore impression. This one? I wonder if Ryan Williams has a pacifier. He must. He must have a pacifier. Luke, can I have a coffee? It's 3:38 a.m. and I have to make me a new one. Yeah, go get you a coffee, man. I had 2 cups in the first half, so I can't drink no more, but I had 2 cups of coffee in the first half, so I'm good on the coffee. What is Florida State doing? Meanwhile, TCU looks solid. I took TCU in that one. On the comment section bet. What was it? First half, TCU minus 1.5, I think, in the first half. That's our bet in that game. The Florida State game, I've got Virginia plus 7. Decaf or regular? Regular. I don't drink coffee for the taste. I drink it for the effect. So it wouldn't make any sense to drink decaf. Uncle Lou, do you keep up with UJ players who get drafted to the NFL? Not really. I mean, I generally know who's in the NFL and who's not, but I don't. I like the NFL and I watch it when I can. It's just that my work schedule doesn't allow me to watch much NFL football. I work all day Sunday. Sometimes I'm able to watch the Sunday night game or part of it. But Monday night, Monday night football, I do a live show on Monday night. Thursday night football, I have a live show on Thursday night. And then Sunday during the day, I'm working all day. So I don't get an opportunity to watch much NFL. I watch a lot of the playoffs, like once college football ends on January 20th or whatever it is, then I'll watch the playoffs, and of course the Super Bowl. But I don't have time to watch much during the regular season. No, I don't have another job. I'm full-time college football. Year round. Yeah, so don't disappear when the when the season ends, don't disappear, because I do this dumb shit year round. Long throw by Virginia, incomplete, and they're lucky it was incomplete, not intercepted. I don't know what Virginia's doing here. As good as that play calling was on that last drive, it's equally as bad on this drive. This is a double pass. They throw it behind the line to a wide receiver, and then he throws into quadruple coverage. I don't know what that was. Line up and run the ball down their throat like you did on the last drive. I don't get it. But yeah, I do this dumb shit year round. So, like the call-in shows that I do on Tuesday and Thursday, I do that year round. I stream a lot of times on the weekends, even when football season's over. We do some March Madness, some NFL playoffs. I don't really do much NBA regular season, but I do the NBA. I do some NBA playoffs. We have a good time, even in the off season. Where are all these Louisville fans coming from? I mean, I'm glad to have them here. I don't remember seeing this many Louisville fans around before. I mean, I like Louisville. They're a decent team. They're going to beat Clemson at home in a couple of weeks, whenever that game is. I just, I had them ranked in the preseason, Louisville. I had them like 17, but they just didn't look that impressive to me in the first 2 or 3 weeks of the season. Then they played James Madison. It didn't look great. We streamed that game, and they didn't look great to me. I was disappointed in them against James Madison, and I dropped them out of my top 25. They may get back in at some point. I mean, they're a decent team. I was higher on them in the preseason, though, than I am now after watching them. 4th and 3, Virginia's offense is on the field. Back to throw for reasons unknown. Caught, though. First down. Out of bounds at the 34-yard line. Boy, Virginia is taking chances they really don't need to take and then doing dumb shit, but it's working. Lou's not ready for the beating UJ's about to take. I've seen Georgia take beatings for 40 years. Virginia ain't no Bama. Doo-doo secondary by the clown college. Lou, do you have a pick between North Carolina and Clemson next week? I don't like to pick games before the week that they're being played, but it's going to be hard for me to pick North Carolina in that one. I mean, I know Clemson's been disappointing, but I can't see them losing to Bill Belichick. Second and 8 now for Virginia. Nice drive here. They're on the Florida State 32. Pistol formation, motion, snap, handoff. Ooh, goes nowhere. Hit in the backfield and dropped for a loss of a yard or two. 3rd and long coming up now for Virginia. Bama's going to beat Georgia. And the FSU haters are going to be like, but Bama sucks. Vanderbilt blew Virginia out, but Florida State is struggling. Well, retard alert. Retard alert. Vandy didn't play Virginia. Vandy did not play Virginia, so it was impossible that they blew them out because they did not play. Virginia has one loss, and it's to NC State. 3rd and 10 pass complete, but it's going to be about 2 yards short of the first down. Are they dumb enough to go for it, or do they kick the field goal and take the lead? Lou, is it possible to a fan of both Florida and Georgia? I don't see how that would be possible. No. Does Alabama suck or FSU great? It could be that neither of those things is true. But what I think is that Alabama is some amount of good. Florida State is a little bit better, but they're in a really bad spot here on the road on a Friday night, their first road game of the year during the week before they play Miami. So I think that's what's going on here with Florida State. Virginia keeps it on the ground inside the 20 to about the 17. 2nd and about 6 coming up for Virginia. Ten minutes to go, all tied at 28. I'm so glad the SEC doesn't play Friday night games. Yeah, me too. Me too. A lot of weird shit happens on Friday night games, especially when ranked teams have to go on the road and play unranked teams, like is happening right here. All kinds of movement. Looks like a false start on Virginia. Bad time to take a penalty. Bad time to take a penalty. I have a gut feeling Florida is going to beat Texas next week. I picked Florida to beat Texas in the preseason. Obviously, Florida's even worse than I thought they would be. But if Texas doesn't figure something out offensively, because Florida does have a good defense, then I think Florida will have a chance. Virginia throws complete underneath inside the 15 to about the 14. It's going to be 3rd and about 3 now for Virginia. John Gruden to Florida. God, I hope so. What a disaster that would be. What a disaster that would. God, I hope that happens. That would be probably the worst hire they could possibly make. That would be great if they did that. Under 9 minutes to go now. 3rd and 3. They're on the Florida State 14. Shotgun, motion, snap, hands it off. Close to a first down. I think he got it with the push from the offensive line at the end. I think it's going to be good, and it is. First down at the 11. 1st and 10, Virginia at the Florida State 11. 8.5 minutes to go. Yeah, that was a nice jump cut behind the line of scrimmage to pick up that first down. Sam Levitt sacked by the TCU defense there. TCU still up 7-0 in this one, but a field goal coming up here for Arizona State. 14:20 to go in the second quarter. 46-yarder from the left hash. The kick is up, and he pushed it. No good. Pushed it left. TCU still on top, 7-0 on the road at Arizona State. Second quarter underway there. FSU can't stop the run. That last drive Virginia had, where they ran it down their throat, that last touchdown drive Virginia had, I mean, they were pushing them around. They had Florida State on roller skates. 2nd and 7 now for Virginia on the 8. Motion, snap. Handoff. No, quarterback keeps. Boy, that's the second time in a row they've scored on that same play. Uh-oh, flag down. They're going to get Virginia with a holding. Wow. Yep. Wow. All right, take the touchdown off the board. It's going to be 2nd and long. That was the same play they scored on last time. The quarterback takes it out of the running back's gut, keeps it around the left side, walks into the end zone untouched, but I guess now we know why. Holding. Oh, yeah, wraps him up there. Didn't even have to. Probably didn't even have to do that. Yeah, that was a good call, though. That was holding. Damn. Damn. All right. 2nd and 14. Probably going to have to throw it here. They're backed up to the 15. Snap. Back to throw. Looks left. Throws left. Down the sideline. Has a man caught. Touchdown. Running back out of the backfield. A wheel route. They hit the touchdown on the wheel route to the running back out of the backfield. Touchdown, Virginia. 6-point lead. Extra point will make it 7. I'm feeling good with my Virginia plus 7. I'm feeling pretty good with my Virginia plus 7. It's almost time for me to start tweeting all my Florida State friends on Twitter. I use friends loosely there. Dang. Florida State, man, is in a bad way. Time to shop FSU players in the portal. I'm all bad. Just goes to show you playing on the road can be quite difficult. Yeah, this was a classic upset alert spot here for Florida State. It checks like 5 boxes in the upset alert column. Road game, during the week, Friday night, on the road, first home game of the season, a week before your rivalry game. Like, it literally checks every upset alert box you can think of. Dang ads, you need to fix that, Lou. No, you need to fix it. Sign up for YouTube Premium. You'll never see another ad. In the meantime, I like getting paid for what I do, so you're just going to have to find a way to deal with it if you can't afford the $5 or whatever it is for YouTube Premium. Uncle Lou, I like your channel more than ESPN. Dang. Thank you. Lou, you look tired. Are you good? Yeah, I'm good. Now, tomorrow at this time, I'll be tired. Oh, wow. TCU just dropped a bomb. I mean, it would have been, golly, what a throw. And it went right through his hands. Boy, you got to catch that. What are you doing, man? What are you, hit him in the face, man? What are you doing? Boy, you got to catch that. Hey, what's up, Boston? Uncle Lou, what kind of music do you like? I like all kinds. I have a pretty eclectic music taste. There's a lot of rap I like, some country, some rock, some progressive. Different music in different eras, really. I like, as far as country music goes, it's mostly 90s country that I like. I really haven't liked any country music in the last 20 years or so. It's mostly stuff from the 90s. But I mean, my 3 favorite bands or artists of all time are Tool, which is progressive rock, Dave Matthews, which is like a jam band, and Garth Brooks, who is a country singer. So it's pretty eclectic. The last concert I went to was The Weeknd and Playboi Carti. So I like all kinds of music. I love Tupac, yeah. I like Biggie too, but you know, if you have to pick a side on that deal, I'm a Tupac guy. If you make me pick a side. TCU with a weird looking play picks up a first down. All right, Florida State's got 7 minutes left. They're down 7 on the road at Virginia. Austin, thank you for the super chat, buddy. He said, Lou, with Virginia's, oh, wait a minute. What does that say? With Virginia's easy ACC schedule, no Georgia Tech or Miami, do you think we can make the playoffs with a win here? I don't know. I mean, you got a loss to NC State, which tells me you're probably going to lose a couple more. Especially, like, if Florida State beats Miami next week, then you got Florida State and Miami with 1 loss, Virginia with 1 loss, Georgia Tech with no losses. Virginia would be the team, in my opinion, that would be least likely to run the table from this point on. So I doubt it. I mean, they could get better as the season goes along. I mean, they're playing well tonight. TCU going deep again. Incomplete, but they're going to get pass interference this time on, I think, Arizona State. Pastor Troy, a couple of his songs, yeah, the old ones, you know. I like a couple of those Pastor Troy songs. Still 7-0 TCU up over Arizona State on the road. 11:42 to go in the first half. We have a bet on TCU -1 in the first half, so we're feeling pretty good there. Lou, have you ever heard of Meshuggah? No. If you like Tool, you'd like them. No, I don't think I've ever heard of them. Unless, have they ever opened for Tool? There was a band I saw open for Tool one time. Was that who it was? Yeah. Okay. I have seen them. I didn't know who they were. I saw them open for Tool in Orlando 3 years ago. I thought, okay, that's where I recognize that name from. Now, when I saw them open for Tool, I'd never heard of them at that time. So I, I didn't, you know, I didn't really know what I was listening to. NC State lost one of those dumb non-conference conference games, so it doesn't count as a conference loss. Oh, well, then this is a big win for Virginia then, because this gives them a 2-game lead over Florida State. Then, if what you're saying is true, and I know the ACC has done that in the past, so I'm sure it is true. Then a win here over Florida State would give Virginia a 2-game lead over Florida State, because Virginia could lose a game and still be ahead of Florida State because of the tiebreaker. So yeah, that changes things a little depending on what the rest of their schedule looks like. I mean, Virginia's like Georgia Tech, and this isn't an insult. They're good teams. They can win games like this. Georgia Tech can beat Clemson. But then those same teams can go out and lose to NC State or Virginia Tech or Pitt or something. Like, they're not so overly talented that you can just roll the ball out on the field and beat all these ACC teams. Comes hard to do that. Florida State with a big throw downfield and a nice catch. Coverage was there. Guy just made a good catch on the sideline there. This is a good throw from Castellanos here. That's pretty good coverage. Look at that back shoulder throw there. That's a good throw from Castellanos there. Big play for Florida State. Gets them into Virginia territory at 45. Under 7 minutes to go now. 7-point game. Virginia on top of the Noles. Play action. Castellanos in the pocket. Going deep again. Tried the back shoulder again. Wide receiver didn't know that's what the play was. Never turned around, looked for the ball. Incomplete. TCU has scored again. They're now up 14-0 on the road at Arizona State. So feeling real good about our TCU bet. Feeling real good about our TCU bet there. Miami's O-line is going to dominate Florida State next week. Miami's got the best offensive line I've seen all year. Miami's offensive line is no joke. No joke at all. Big third down coming up here for Florida State with 6.5 minutes to go in the game, and they're down 7 on the road at Virginia. 35-28. Track meet game like Jackpot said it would be. Jackpot was right on the money on that one. Lou likes to listen to Mongolian throat singing. I don't even know what that is. The concert I went to, when was that? July. That last concert I went to, that was a good one. Pass complete, 3rd and 8. Tackled after a gain of 6, 4th and 2. I'm sure Florida State's going to go for it here. 4th and 2. Where are they? Around the 35 of Virginia. I'm sure they're going to go for it. But it was at the Raiders Stadium. At the Raiders Stadium in Vegas. What is it? Allegiant Stadium. It was The Weeknd and Playboi Carti. I'm not a huge Playboi Carti fan. He's a mumble rapper. Like, when he came out, you couldn't understand one fucking word he was saying. There was a couple of songs he sang that I knew. And then he came out later in the middle of The Weeknd's set and did a song with him that I knew. But he's a mumble rapper, Playboi Carti. Castellanos is going to run and pick up the first down inside the 30, slides down at the 28, 29-yard line. 1st and 10, Florida State. Lou, you said in the last year season is over that SMU is teetering. Have to disagree. We are already sunk and are down bad. Yeah, they're not going anywhere this year. SMU schedule too hard. They had a very, very manageable schedule last year in the ACC. Not saying they weren't any good, but they had a very manageable schedule. This year, much more difficult schedule for SMU. Quarterback draw again. Castellanos, nowhere to go. Slides for no gain, maybe a loss of a yard. 2nd and long coming up for the Noles. 4.5 minutes to go in the game. They're down 7. Whoever bet on overtime, you need a touchdown here bad. And you might hit that thing at plus 550. Cardi B is trash. Yeah, not Cardi B, Playboi Carti. Those are two different people. I'm not talking about Cardi B. I'm talking about Playboi Carti. You don't like Cardi for being a mumble rapper, but isn't Pearl Jam a mumble rocker? I liked him. Yes, Pearl Jam is a mumble rocker, yes. I didn't say that's why I didn't like him. In fact, I didn't say I didn't like him. I said I'm not a huge fan of Playboi Carti. I don't know a bunch of his songs. I only know like 2 of his songs. And he is a mumble rapper, yeah. In Pearl Jam, I know like 3 or 4 of their songs. That's it. Never been to a Pearl Jam show. Never would. But yes, Pearl Jam is a mumble rocker. Can't understand anything they say. Magnolia is his only decent song. Pearl Jam invented mumble rap. Well, they invented mumble rock. Yeah, you can't understand anything he says. Well, some of his songs you can, but there are some Pearl Jam songs where you can't understand a single fucking word the guy says. 3rd and 2, no gain. Another 4th down coming up for Florida State. They're on the 23. They need to get to the 21. 4th and 2. Game could be on the line here. Big 4th down coming up. Oasis, they're okay. Lou seems like a Megan Maroney guy. I don't know who that is. 4th and 2. Castellanos under center, I formation, snap, play action pass. What are they doing? Running for his life, throws it away. What? That's the worst play call. That is the worst. Florida State deserves to lose this game based just on that play call alone. Holy shit. What a terrible 4th and 1 and you are... What a terrible fucking play call. Just terrible. Well, down go to Knowles. 1 first down is going to end this game. And if the Virginia run game, I'm pretty sure is going to ice this thing. Can the Seminoles pull off the win? No. Not now they can. I don't think so. 1 first down will end this game. Yeah, the entire comment section on the Lunch Money Show called us retarded for taking Virginia +7, especially the Florida State fans. Easy money, free money. Hey, Pete, some guy earlier said something about his life savings or something, Florida State -21 or whatever he was saying. Of course, he's been gone for the last 45 minutes. We'll never see him again. FSU to sue the term down bad. Billy Napier-esque call. That was a terrible play call. That was a terrible play call. If you're going to run play action there, you got to get Castellanos out on the edge where he has an option to run the ball if he wants to. That was a straight drop back deal. And on top of that, they didn't block. So he was under pressure immediately. There was only 2 wide receivers that ran routes, and they were both covered. That was a terrible play call in that spot. Gus Bus out of gas. UCF, LOL. Bama better than FSU. Better than Virginia? That didn't make any sense because Bama lost to FSU. The Seminoles? Oh, yeah, I got you. The Seminoles. Yeah. I thought you just spelled it wrong, and I wasn't going to call you out for spelling it wrong, but I see what you did now. I see what you did now. Bama down bad. Well, it might be fun to laugh at Bama because Florida State lost to Virginia, but, that's just not the way college football works with the transitive property. Team A beats Team B. Team B loses to Team C. That doesn't mean Team C would beat Team A. In reality, there's not a single person watching that would put $1 on Virginia to beat Alabama if they were playing tomorrow. You know what I mean? But it'll still be fun to make fun of Bama about it. The true funny part about Florida State losing this game is that the Florida State fans have been fucking obnoxious for the last 3 weeks, demanding that everybody tell them constantly how great Florida State is. They better be in the top 5. All that dumb shit they've been talking. I would assume we will all get a break from having to hear stupid shit from Florida State fans for at least a week. Now, maybe next week they go out and beat Miami and they'll be back to beating their chest again. I don't know, but we should get at least 1 week break from hearing constant dumb shit from Florida State fans demanding that we all bow down to them and tell them how fucking great they are, which apparently isn't the case because they're losing to something called Virginia on a fucking weekday. Holy shit. You lose on a goddamn weekday? What are you doing? What are you doing? What are you doing? That play call was horrendous. Absolutely horrendous play call on that 4th and 1. They had several 4th downs on that drive, and it was Castellano scrambling out left or right and then running for a 1st down. Why they didn't do that time, I don't know. They tried to get too cute. And now they're cute with 1 loss. Or about to be. 2nd and 9. Virginia needs a 1st down to ice the game. Quarterback keeps. Lots of room again. That same play that he scored on a couple of times. Dives up to the 29. It's going to be 3rd and about 3. Florida State, I guess, took a timeout. Yep. That's their 2nd timeout. So Florida's got 1 timeout. Florida State's got 1 timeout plus the 2-minute warning. So if Virginia gets a 1st down, the game is over. They won't be able to stop the clock. Just 1 1st down and the game will be over. Already looking forward to your season is over. Going to be a good one. Yeah. Florida State will be on there. You're going to have either Georgia or Bama on there, which people love to see. You're going to have either Oregon or Penn State on there, which people love to see. It'll be a great year season is over video, no matter who wins. Those are the best games for the year season is over, is when 2 good teams with big fan bases are playing, because you're guaranteed to get a loss that's worth talking about on the year season is over. And you have that with Bama, Georgia, and you have that with Oregon and Penn State. I think Miami wins by 14 at best next week, but if Florida State comes out like this, it's going to be a Diddy session. I don't think this game has any bearing at all on next week's game. None. Florida State with plenty of time. Yeah, Virginia's going to have to punt here on 4th and 3. Florida State's going to get the ball back with they're going to use their last timeout. So 2:22, Virginia will punt the ball. Florida State doesn't have any timeouts, but the clock will stop at the 2-minute warning. So they basically get 1 timeout with the 2-minute warning. Offense picked a great time to suck. Gus looking at Norvell, rubbing his hands. He wasted that timeout. No, that timeout saved him 26 seconds. FSU's an absolute garbage can of a football program. If FSU somehow comes back and wins, I'm done. Here comes a Gus Bus triple option pass. All those people waiting to storm the field might want to find their seat again. RCC, did you have a stroke while typing? Sometimes it's hard to tell whether RCC had a stroke when he was typing or if he's just really that dumb. This game is going to overtime, says Grease Monkey. Watch Gus become the head coach next week. What's the tailgate meal for tomorrow? We're doing chicken nachos tomorrow, Robert. All right, 1st and 10 for Florida State. Let's see what they can do. Field goal, no good. They need a touchdown. All out of timeouts. Back to throw. Castellanos in the pocket. Gonna run. Lots of room. Slides at midfield. 1st and 10, Florida State at the 50. Virginia needs to Google what a spy is on defense, because they haven't had one all game, and they are in desperate need of one. Field goal from TCU is good. They're now up 17-0 on the road at Arizona State with 6:24 to go. FSU going 3-9. Come on, Austin. Come on, man. Oh, man. Read option. Beep, boop. Yep, Goose Malzahn cooking it up, ain't he? Goose Malzahn cooking it up. FS Lou. Bama going 6-6. Fuck the Tide. Virginia celebrating too soon. They need to get rid of that fake Indian on that white little pony. Yeah, that dumbass comes out. Fucking white frat boy painted up like white Tonto with a flaming toothpick. Commercial break on both the games now. Lou to Southern Cal win tomorrow? I think so. I might bet Illinois first half plus the points, because it's a noon kickoff, which means for Southern Cal it's going to feel like 9 a.m. And a lot of times those West Coast teams that have to play in the East Coast, they start slow because of that. So I might bet Illinois plus the points in the first half, or I might bet the under in the first half. But I do think Southern Cal will win the game. If FSU loses, FSU man is going to shit like a crippled goose. I don't even know what that means, but it sounds hilarious. Shit like a crippled goose. Boneless wings in Ohio. There's no such thing as boneless wings, dude. There's no such. You're eating chicken nuggets. I mean, boneless wings are what is what they call chicken nuggets when grown people order them. So you won't be embarrassed for ordering chicken nuggets as an adult. But that's what you're eating, is chicken nuggets. There's no such thing as boneless wings. You're basically ordering a fucking Happy Meal. But because you're grown, they call it boneless wings to make you feel better. But that's what you're doing. You're ordering chicken nuggets as a grown-up. I don't have a preference between drums or flats. I know a lot of people do. Like, they'd rather have drums or they'll only eat flats. I don't have a like, when I order my wings, a lot of times they'll ask you, do you want one or the other or a mix? I'll tell them I don't care. All right, 2 minutes to go. Florida State's got the ball around midfield. They need a touchdown and an extra point to tie it up, or a 2-point conversion would win the game. I've got Virginia plus 7, so I'm feeling pretty good. I've also got TCU minus 1.5 in the first half, and they're up 17-0 with 6 minutes to go in the first half. So we're going to hit both of those, it looks like. It's possible we end up getting a push here in the Virginia game if Virginia loses by 7, but it's almost impossible for us to lose that bet at this point. Castellanos back to throw towards the sideline. Caught. What in the world is Virginia doing? There wasn't nobody near. What in the world? Boy, these prevent defenses at the end of games, it's been driving fans up the wall for 50 years, hasn't it? You play a certain style of defense the whole game, and then for some reason when there's a minute left, they go into this prevent shell shit, and it never fucking works. Florida State on the ground, 1st and 10. They get it down to about the 14. It's going to be 2nd and 8. No timeouts left, so 1:40 and the clock is ticking, but they got plenty of time here. Plenty of time. They're inside the 15 on the 14. Castellanos in a shotgun. Snap. Toss sweep. Has room. Inside the 10. First down and out of bounds at about the, 7-yard line. Looks like 1st and goal. These motherfuckers playing prevent and only preventing themselves from winning. Yeah, I don't understand that. That was horrible fucking coverage. It looked like they were running bracket coverage, but they were bracketed 20 yards away on each side. I don't know what the fuck they were doing. That was bad. That was real bad. First and goal for Florida State. They're on the 7-yard line. Here we go. Snap. Handoff. Castellanos keeps. Tackled at the 11. Tried to throw it. I don't know if they're going to call that an incomplete pass or... No, they're going to say he was down. So the clock continues to run. And yeah, he was down. So good call by the official. His knee was definitely on the ground. Probably a good thing, too. That might have been intentional grounding. Second and goal from the 11. Motion. Snap. Castellanos back to throw. Looks left. Looks over the middle. Scrambles out to under pressure. Running backwards. Chunks it. Heaves it into the end zone. Hits the upright. Hit the goalpost. Boy, dangerous play there by Castellanos. First of all, running 15 yards backwards. You're lucky you didn't take a sack there. And then heaving it into the end zone. Lucky that it sailed out of the back. Third and goal now. The clock does stop on the incomplete pass. 49 seconds to go. Florida State all out of timeouts. They're on the 11. Third and goal. Here we go. 3 wide, 2 to the bottom, 1 up top. Castellanos in a shotgun with a running back standing right next to him, waiting on the snap. Snap. Back to throw. Looking left. Scrambling again. Throws it up for grabs again. Incomplete in the corner of the end zone. 4th and goal. Here we go. Arizona State has finally got on the board. They scored. Here comes the extra point there. It's good. 17-7 now. TCU's lead cut to 10. 17-7 TCU up on the road at Arizona State. Couple of minutes to go in the second quarter of that one. We need TCU minus 1.5 in the first half on that one. They're up by 10. Here we go. 4th and goal for Florida State. Game on the line. They're down 7. 43 seconds to go. They've got no timeouts. 3 wide to the bottom this time. 1 up top. Castellano, shotgun, snap, back to throw. Looks left, scrambles left, running for his life. Chunks it. Caught. Wow. What a catch. Wow. Caught in the end zone for a touchdown. Wow. What a catch. Let's see the replay. Make sure he caught it. Looked like he caught it. That's a catch. Wow, that's a catch. Wow. Yeah, it looks to me like he clearly has his hand underneath it. I don't ever see the ball move. That looks like a clean catch to me. I don't even think they need to review that. That looks like a clean catch to me. Hey, Lou, Bama fan, finna have these false starts to start the game tomorrow. Go Dogs. Yeah, I hope the crowd is loud and can fuck with Bama a little bit. That's definitely a catch. I don't care how many different ways they look at it or for what angle. That's definitely a catch. That's a great... Well, first of all, it's a great fucking throw. A great fucking throw. And a great fucking catch. FSU will sue the ACC if it's called incomplete. Oh, come on. We don't have to look at this play for 5 minutes. That's clearly a fucking catch. Come on. You can look at that thing one time and see it's a catch. Let's go. It can hit the ground and still be a catch, you mouth breathers. It's clearly a catch. That looks like a catch to me. I don't see anything that tells me that's not a catch. Now, I thought they got the other call wrong about the targeting. Maybe I'm wrong again, but that looks like a catch to me. Yeah, it's upheld. What do you think they're going to do? Extra point, play for overtime? Or 2-point conversion to win it? I do like how the ACC... I like that too. The more transparency, the better, I think. So I like that they show the conversation behind the replay. Here comes the extra point to tie it up. Snap, hold, kick, right down the middle. What a crazy fucking game, y'all. What a crazy fucking game. Just hit 110 on sleeper thanks to Pittman. Man, congratulations, man. That's a good hit. Yeah, have y'all downloaded the Sleeper app yet? Make sure you download the Sleeper app. You can have a lot of fun watching these games and try to win yourself some money. You're not betting on the winner or the loser of the game. You're betting on players. You're picking players' stat lines. So more or less passing yards on a certain quarterback or more or less rushing yards on a certain running back or whatever. And you can stack your picks into one play and you can win up to 1,000 times your money. It's legal in Georgia, where I live, and 30 other states. But download that Sleeper app. You can use the promo code LOU, L-O-U, and they're going to give you a bonus on your first deposit. They'll match it dollar for dollar up to $100. So you deposit $100, they'll give you another $100. You deposit $50, they'll give you another $50. Just use that promo code LOU, L-O-U. Download it from your app store on your phone. I didn't have any sleeper plays on these games tonight, but I've got one for the games tomorrow. By Insanity, what's up, buddy? He says, what a game. Yeah, this has been unbelievable. Kickoff goes out of the back of the end zone, so Virginia will have 36 seconds and 3 timeouts to try to get into field goal range. Virginia not scoring here. Yeah, they would need, they're going to be on the 25. They probably need 40 yards to attempt or 30 yards at least. They would need at least 30 or 35 yards to attempt a field goal, I would think. These offenses are 2 of the best in the country, says Corey McAdams. 70 points scored. Hope y'all picked the over for real. What kind of kicker does Virginia have? You know, I have no idea. I'm assuming they would need to get... It looks like Virginia's going to play for overtime, though. Pretty conservative there on first down. I had Castellanos over 1.5 passing touchdowns. There's still a chance to hit on the edge of my seat. Yeah, you're probably going to get a chance because he's going to, we're headed to overtime, it looks like. Very conservative play call on first down from Virginia. Then they used their first timeout, but it's going to be 2nd and 10 now for Virginia on their own 25. Overtime is looking good, though, for real. Yeah, was that you? Somebody made a bet that the game was going to go to overtime, and it pays plus 550. Was that you? He's made a 50 and a 62. A 62-yarder is kicked from the other team's 48, so you'd need to be on the 45. So they would need 30 yards to get to the 45. Boy, that's a long kick, 62 yards. You're kicking that from your own 48-yard line. Back to throw. Gonna run, all kinds of room. Trying to get out of bounds, and does, across the 40 at the 41. So now they only need about 20 yards for a field goal. 19 seconds, I think, on the clock. And because he ran out of bounds, they save a timeout there. So they still have 2 timeouts. 18 seconds. 2 timeouts. They need about 20 yards to kick a long field goal. Back to throw. Towards the sideline. Intercepted. Florida State doesn't have any timeouts left, so I don't know. It's going to be tough for them to get in field goal range with no timeouts. I made $3, bet it'd go to overtime at plus 550. Damn. That's a waste of hitting a 550 bet. Well, I mean, you turned your $3 into $17. Thanks for the great content. Hey, thanks for watching, Gage. I appreciate you hanging out tonight, my man. This is why Virginia doesn't have fans. The fans were ready to rush the field 5 minutes ago. Now they're going to be crying into their soup. I remember when Buffalo had 13 seconds. I don't even know what that. I don't even know what that's about. I have no idea what that's about. Love great names before the real action starts. Games like these remind me of why I'm not a gambler. Well, I've got Virginia +7, so the worst that could happen to me most likely would be a push. There's a couple of different ways I can still win. Even if it goes to overtime, I can win if Florida State kicks a field goal and Virginia misses a field goal. If Florida State scores and Virginia doesn't score, that would be a push. And if it goes past the second overtime where they start doing 2-point conversions, then there's no way I can lose. All right, so overtime coming up. I'm in on the FSU field goal win. I got FSU live -2.5. That'd be fine with me as long as it's less than 7. I've got Virginia +7. So why are we hiding people? Aggie man, stop hiding people. Two minutes to go in the first half. TCU and Arizona State. TCU is up 10, 17-7. What do you think of Arkansas +3.5 against Notre Dame? Notre Dame defense can't stop a nosebleed. It's not a terrible bet. The over might be a good bet in that game too, because both teams have bad defenses. Lou, is Florida going to lose the bye week? No. No. ACC officials made a business decision on that last so-called touchdown. That was obviously a touchdown, dude. Come on. That was obviously a touchdown. What's up, Uncle Lou wannabe? I'm the actual Uncle Lou. Is Virginia a blue blood? 5-star dummy. All right, Florida State's going to have the ball first in overtime. Everybody should know how the overtime rules work, but each team gets a chance to score. Each team gets the ball. If you're still tied, it goes to a second overtime. Each team gets the ball. If it goes past a second overtime, you move to just 2-point conversions over and over again until somebody wins. Motion. Snap. Castellanos hands it off right up the gut. Not a lot of room. Gains about a yard, maybe 2. Second and about 8 coming up now for Florida State. As a Tech fan, I'm well aware how overtime works. Yeah. What was that, 8 overtimes last year? Georgia Tech? Lou, I'm taking a defensive driving class in the morning from 8:30 to 4:30. Why? You know there's football on tomorrow, don't you? That seems like poor planning on your part, bud. Another handoff for Florida State. This time gains about 5. It's going to be 3rd and 3, 3rd and 4. Just canceled the wedding. Great idea. Yeah, great idea. That's Uncle Lou approved right there. That's Uncle Lou approved. All right, 3rd and 3 coming up for Florida State. We're in the first overtime. Florida State got the ball first. They're looking at a 3rd and 3 here. They're on the 18. They need to get to the 15. Castellanos under center. Motion. Snap. Play action. Castellanos throws. Incomplete. 4th and 3. Florida State will have to settle for a field goal here. Florida State will have to settle for a field goal attempt here on 4th and 3. Short field goal. Should be able to make it unless he's a Tennessee kicker. He did miss one earlier, though, didn't he? Pushed one right earlier. This is going to be about a 36-yarder from the left hash. Snap, hold, kick. Looks good. Is good. Florida State. Florida State takes a 3-point lead. Now Virginia gets the ball with a chance to either win the game or tie it up with a field goal and send it to a second overtime. Yeah, that's why if you win the toss, you go on defense first. Yes, that's right. Now you know what you have to do if you're Virginia. All right, here they go. Snap, handoff, cuts back in the hole, gains a couple of yards. That's about it. Second and about 7 or 8 coming up now for Virginia. I'd probably keep it on the ground here if I'm Virginia and make Florida State stop it. Is everyone who attends A&M a veteran since they're a service academy? No, they're not a service academy. They're a farming school. On the ground again, nowhere to go, no gain. It's going to be 3rd and 7 for Virginia. Very conservative play calling by both coaches here in the first overtime. Florida State attempted one pass. It was to a running back in the backfield, which he dropped. Virginia with 2 runs up the middle here. 3rd and 7 coming up now for Virginia. Third and 7. Shotgun this time. 3 wide. All at the top of the screen. Back to throw. Running for his life. You better not get sacked back there, dummy. Woo! God damn. No wonder they're running the ball. This quarterback might be dog shit for Virginia, y'all. He tried as hard as he could to throw an interception there. I mean, he literally tried as hard as he could to throw another interception. What are you doing? What in the fuck is he seeing that makes him go, yeah, let me throw this there? What the fuck, man? All right, here comes a field goal to try to send it to a second overtime. This is a long one here. 40-yarder from the right hash. Florida State's going to call a timeout, make him think about it. Coming up on the end of the first half, Arizona State has scored again, so it's 17-14, a 3-point lead for TCU. TCU was up 17-0 in that one. Arizona State has come back with a couple of touchdowns. We've got TCU minus 1.5 in the first half, so we need them to quit fucking around and just get to halftime with a 3-point lead here. What in the world were they thinking throwing that ball, that quarterback for Virginia? Holy shit, that was a terrible decision to throw that ball. Back to throw for TCU. Scrambling, he's going to be sacked back inside the 15. It's going to be 3rd and about 20 coming up. Here's the field goal for Virginia. Snap, hold, kick, looks good, is good. We're headed to a second overtime. TCU just falling apart here at the end of the first half. They've given up back-to-back touchdowns, and now offensively they're in reverse, going the wrong way. It's going to be 3rd and 21 coming up for TCU. 1:42 to go in the first half. 3-point lead. We need TCU to get a first down and run this first half out. We've got TCU minus 1.5 in the first half. And I feel like if Arizona State gets the ball back here, they're probably going to go down and score again. They got to go for 2 if they score a touchdown. Commercial break in the Florida State game. Virginia will get the ball first this time. Virginia will have the ball first in this next overtime period. 3rd and 21 for TCU on their own 14. Shotgun, back to throw. Looking, good protection. Throws underneath, caught at the 20. Makes the first guy miss out across the 25. Tackled at about the 28-yard line. Well short of a first down. TCU will have to punt it away. A minute 33 to go. Arizona State's going to call a timeout. They'll get the ball back with about a minute and a half to go. Please wish the McLeod Redskins 3rd grade luck tomorrow. We're trying to get to the playoffs. Yeah, good luck to the McLeod Redskins 3rd grade team tomorrow. Hopefully they can make the playoffs. That would be ideal. All right, Virginia with the ball on the 25. They're going to throw it on first down. Caught inside the 20 to the 18. It's going to be 2nd and 3 now for Virginia. We're in the second overtime, tied at 38. Snap, toss, sweep. Gets to the corner, inside the 15, spin move down to the 10. It's going to be 1st and goal at the 10 for Virginia. The McLeod Redskins are the best team in the ACC. Oh, man. Back to the conservative play calling on 1st and goal from the 9. They run it up the middle for a gain of a yard. Terrible punt here by TCU. Arizona State's going to have great field position. They're on their own 41-yard line with a minute 23 to go in the first half. Even a field goal from Arizona State. And we're going to lose that bet. We have TCU minus 1.5. So we need a 3 and out here from the TCU defense. Austin got to make a trip soon. Virginia Flanders, matriculation of the ball. This quarterback about to throw an interception. I certainly hope not. 2nd and goal for Virginia. They're on the 8. Motion. Snap. Quarterback keep. Flags everywhere. Runs over a man. Out of bounds at the 4. Florida State jumped off sides. Were they drawn off? I don't know. So it's either going to be a false start or offsides. Offsides on Florida State. That'll be a free 5 yards. We're there on the 8, so it'll be 2nd and goal now from the 3. Yeah, 2nd and goal from the 3 now. Arizona State all the way down to the TCU 30 already, so they're at least going to get a field goal here, which we're going to lose that bet. This Virginia bet's going to be the only one we hit. Well, we hit the over in the first half, the comment section bet. 2nd and goal from the 4. Snap, play action, rolls right, nowhere to go, wants to run. Touchdown, Virginia. Arizona State on the 28. Sam Levitt under pressure is going to be sacked. Fumble. I really hope that's a fumble. Please tell me that fumble is going to save us. Arizona State was in field goal range. They're down 3 with 40 seconds to go. It would have been a chip shot field goal. Sam Levitt fumbles the ball. TCU recovers. Please tell me he wasn't down. Nope, that's clearly a fumble. Wow. That was a $100 bet, too. That would have cost me $100. That field goal would have cost me $100. Oh, boy. It's better to be lucky than good when it comes to this gambling shit. This gambling shit will drive you up the wall, y'all. I had TCU minus 1.5 in the first half. They're up 17-0 in the second quarter. I'm thinking this shit's easy. Arizona State scores 2 touchdowns in a row to make it 17-14. Okay, there's only 2 minutes left. That's fine. TCU gets the ball, goes 3 and out, punts it back to Arizona State with a minute and a half to go. In 2 plays, Arizona State gets all the way down to the 20-yard line. And then they fucking fumble it away. This gambling shit is wild. Pay Lou confirmed in both games. I sure hope so. 2-point conversion is good. Flag down. Did the receiver run out of the back of the end zone first? If he did, then the catch won't count. There's flags in the end zone. Let's see what the penalty is. It's on Virginia. No, holding on Florida State. Declined. 2-point conversion is good. So the best Florida State can do here would be tie it up. They can't win. They can only tie it up. Florida State's got to score and then convert a 2-point conversion. Or else Virginia will win the game. Lou, you lost your bet. What bet? What bet did I lose? At Virginia +7. How did I lose the Virginia +7 bet? Are you retarded? Oh, you don't know anything about gambling, do you? You don't even know what +7 means, do you? You don't even know what +7 means? Ah, damn, I didn't know you were that dumb, man. I didn't think there was a football fan alive that didn't understand the difference between +7 and -7. Holy shit, you're retarded. Yeah, damn, man. How are you doing with college football betting this year? I'm actually up, but it's early in the year. I will lose money in the long run by betting on it all year, but I've won the last 3 weeks in a row. I bet Monday through Sunday every week and then settle up with my bookie that next Monday. And the last 3 Mondays, he's had to pay me. So I'm up for now, but it won't last the whole season. I've been gambling since I was 8 years old. I know it's going to lose. But I can't believe there's somebody that's enough of a college football fan to watch a stream like this that doesn't know the difference between +7 and -7. That's alarming. That Lakers paradise person or whatever. All right, Florida State with the ball and a chance to tie it up. Pass complete at the line of scrimmage. Tackled after a gain of about 3. It's going to be 2nd and 7. Florida State needs a touchdown and a 2-point conversion to tie it up. 29 seconds to go in the first half of Arizona State TCU. I've got TCU -1.5, and they're winning by 3. If anybody wants to explain to that Lakers guy what that means. 2nd and 7 now for Florida State. They're on the 22. Castellanos throws. Incomplete. Wide open receiver. Wasn't a great pass, but he probably still should have caught it. Would have been a first down. Instead, it's incomplete. 3rd and 7 now. You keep winning, they're going to put you in a gypsy knot. Well, I bet every week of the year round, and so he makes plenty of money off of me. So if he's got to pay me for a few weeks in a row, I'm sure he doesn't mind, considering how much money I lose to him over the course of a year. I bet every day of the year. The whole huge degenerate thing is not a joke or a troll. I literally bet every day of the year. Into the end zone, caught. No, bobbled. That's going to be close. I think he got his foot down. Yeah, he was bobbling the ball, but I think he got his foot down at the end. We're going to have to look at the replay, but I do think he got his foot down. He starts bobbling it right away. There it is. Bobble, bobble. Boy, look at the concentration to hang on to this thing. Bobble. Bobble. Left foot. Look at that. Actually gets both feet down. Ooh, that ball's moving. That ball is moving. Boy, God. It's just unreal how close it can be between a catch and not a catch, a win and a loss. I mean, I don't know what you do with that. It looks like the ball is still moving a little, but his hands are on it. I don't know what you do with that. They called it a touchdown. Maybe you just... Oh, boy. What do you do with that? It's unbelievable how close this shit can be, ain't it? Oh, boy, I don't know. I don't know. Hey, we yell at these referees all the time when they get things wrong or whatever. Imagine this is not an easy call to make, y'all. And they know the game is on the line. It's not like this is happening in the middle of the first quarter. Like, they know this is a huge fucking call here. I don't think that's a catch. I don't think that's a catch, but I would not want to be the referee that had to make this call. What's the saying? It's a game of inches or whatever. I mean, this is unbelievably close. Somebody is going to be mad. Yeah. I mean, I'm not going to lie. If I was a Florida State fan, I'd be yelling at the TV right now that that's a catch. And if I was a Virginia fan, I'd be yelling that that's not a catch. I don't know what that is. That was third down. Or was that second down? I think that was second down. Incomplete. I think that's the right call, but God, that is close. But I do think that's the right. I mean, it did look like that ball was still moving around, but my God, how can things come down to the end and be that fucking close is amazing, ain't it? I mean, I'm sure Florida State fans are going to say the referees blew it, and I it was close, but I don't, either way that gets called, you can argue the other way. That was close. All right, 4th and 7. Here we go. Game on the line. Florida State caught with a false start, so that's going to back them up to the 27 or so. We hit the bet in TCU. That's great news. We're halftime over there. I had TCU -1.5. They were winning 17-14 at halftime, so we're good to go there. Fourth and 12 now with the game on the line. Timeout on the field. Boy, I gotta pee, but I don't want to fucking walk out of here. I'm afraid I'm gonna miss the fucking last play. Yeah, Pete, this is wild, ain't it? They owe us an apology on the Lunch Money Show, Pete, and we're gonna demand one Monday night. I don't care if I get every other pick wrong this weekend. They're apologizing to us on the Lunch Money Show on Monday. Get a piss cup. Virginia doing well for the Pay Lou movement. Yeah, we just hit a TCU bet for the first half of that game, so we hit that one, and most likely going to hit this one here too. So that's good. We'll have a little bit of a cushion heading into tomorrow. Start wearing pull-ups? Yeah. Probably not a bad idea. Dude bobbled that ball more than Elton John at a Diddy party, says the local Rex. Thank you for the super chat. All right, here we go. 4th and 12, game on the line. Back to throw. Castellanos needs a touchdown under pressure. Heaves it up. Intercepted in the end zone. Game over. Here they come onto the field, too. Wow. Wow. I mean, that was immediate onto the field. Any of y'all ever done that? I did it one time. What a game, y'all. What a game. I almost feel bad for Florida. I almost feel bad for the Florida State fans just because it's easier to lose by, as a fan, it's easier to lose by 14 points than it is to lose like this. Y'all ever done a field storming? I did it one time. Wow. Wow. So Bama fans rushed the field in week 1, or Florida State fans rushed the field in week 1. Now Florida State has the field rushed on them in week 5. 46-38, Virginia wins the game by 8. FSU loses, they're going to cry about that being a catch all year. I'm sure they will. Calls like this always come down to the call on the field. That ball is moving. It looked to me like the ball was still moving around. Now, in real time, I thought it was a catch. Now, I knew they were going to review it because he was bobbling it initially. But when I saw it in real time, I said, wow, that's a catch. But when you watch the replay, it did look like he was still trying to get control of that ball after he was out of bounds. Stormed the field for the 2013 kick 6, says GB. Yeah, I did it in Athens when Georgia beat Tennessee. I think Tennessee had beat Georgia like 8 or 9 times in a row or something. What was the year? It was 2000. It was the year 2000. The Tennessee-Georgia game in Athens. I've stormed the field 3 times. Syracuse beat Clemson in 17. Miami last year. I also went to UNC versus number 9 Wake in North Carolina. They won 58-55, and they stormed the field, so I joined them. Clemson, that is when you storm a field. Clemson storms the field after every home game, win or lose. It's pitiful, but that's what they do. FSU, your season is over. Yeah, thank you, Bryce, man. He says, I've rushed the field twice. Tech versus Miami and Tech versus Clemson. Fun times. Georgia Tech, right? You talking about? Did you jump in the president's swimming pool? That shit's hilarious, man. At Georgia Tech, when they storm the field, they carry the goalposts out of the stadium. They take them to the president of the university's house and dump them in his swimming pool, and then they jump in the swimming pool. It's fucking wild. Sea-Dog has a video of himself doing it. Fun fact, Virginia has now beaten a top 10 Florida State team at home in 95, 2005, and 2020. I didn't know that. That is a weird anomaly. Tennessee, Bama 2022, seen several fights afterwards. I didn't see anything like that when I did it in Athens, the one time. That's the only time the field's ever been rushed at Georgia, by the way, ever. In the 130-something years they've been playing football, that's the only time the goalposts have ever come down, and I was there. Just made $100 on UVA money line. Bet Arizona State money line plus 752, says Tyler P. You must have bet it. What was it, 17-0 when you bet Arizona State money line? Yeah, they came back there at the end of the first half. I hope that turnover at the end of the first half doesn't end up costing you your bet, but that was a golden opportunity for them to score some points there. White Tonto says Knowles down bad again. Witty Banter, thank you for the super chat. He says, I hope that FSU receiver and the Virginia cornerback, there's no way either of them had time to get up before the fans came on. I saw that too, especially the Florida State guy. He was still on the ground. I saw the Virginia guy jump up right away, but that Florida State guy looked like he might have got trampled. FSU fans better not talk no shit all week to us Miami Hurricanes fans. Oh, let me go pee. I'll be right back. By now. Thought you would have gave up by now. All right, I'm back. Like vertebrae. Well, yesterday I was down $60 for the week. Now I'm up $27 for the week. And we'll see how we do tomorrow. FSU sucks again. I bet they're down bad on the tweeter over there. Dang. Bama legit sucks, guys. You cannot draw those kind of conclusions, y'all. I know y'all have been watching college football a long time. This game that we just watched between Florida State and Virginia has nothing to do with the Florida State-Alabama game or how good or bad Alabama is. Virginia at Louisville next week. I'll put everything I own on Louisville in that one. Virginia's going to celebrate for 3 days instead of studying up on Louisville. I'll take Louisville next week to beat Virginia. Free seafood tonight for everybody. The coaches didn't prepare the team at all. This was a bad spot for Florida State, Bob Noxious. I mean, they probably still should have won the game, but like there was a lot of flashing red lights for this game for Florida State. Road game during the week on a Friday night, ranked team on the road against an unranked team. Florida State's first road game of the year. And it's a week before their rivalry game against Miami. There was a lot of flashing red lights on this one. That's the first thing I thought of, Devin, because that crowd rushed the field the second that ball got intercepted, and that Florida State guy was still on the ground. I mean, that's when you hear people talk about wanting to outlaw field rushing because it's dangerous. That's the kind of thing they're talking about. That was dangerous. That was dangerous. I'm not for banning field storming, by the way, but the people who have safety concerns as it relates to field storming, those are legitimate concerns. Florida State man says, "Oh no, we suck again." Rob Schneider, famous line from The Water Boy. I stormed the field in Stark Vegas after the Arizona State game. It is really fun. Great win for the Hoos, says Lemuel. Yeah, every college football fan I wish could experience storming the field one time. It is, I mean, for me it was 25 years ago, and I remember it like it was yesterday. It really is. It really is fun to do. Washington Field Rush gonna go crazy tomorrow, says Lord Tebow. Yo, if they beat Ohio State, yeah. I bet a lot of underdogs this week. I bet Virginia. I bet Washington. I bet Mississippi State. I didn't bet on Bama, but I picked Bama. So I liked a lot of the underdogs this week. Did you see the cowbell story? Mississippi State, the SEC is saying they will ban them if they ring the bell while the center is over the ball. They've been said that forever. They're never banning those cowbells. They should. The cowbell should be banned from Mississippi State. No other team can do that. No other team or no other stadium is allowed to have artificial noisemakers except Mississippi State. It should be banned. Really, you picked Bama to win? Shaking my head. Georgia fans, we have to have some nuts, man. Yeah, I picked Bama. I hope I'm wrong. I want Georgia to win 100-0. But you told me the same thing last year when I picked Bama to beat Georgia. And guess what? That is a big win for Tony Elliott. And he hasn't had very many of them. The Oregon State-Houston game is on, and kind of surprisingly, Oregon State is out to a 7-0 lead. They are bad this year, Oregon State is. Houston's 3-0, Oregon State 0-4, but Oregon State with an early lead, and this one's 7-0 over Houston. Halftime of TCU-Arizona State. Nothing like a UVA bet payout. Yep, we both hit that one. Jolie says, I picked Iowa, Washington, UCF for tomorrow's upsets. I don't even know who UCF is playing. Let me look so you don't have to send another super chat just to tell me. UCF. I don't even know who they're playing. UCF is playing Kansas. Ooh, I don't like that. I like Kansas in that one. What's the line on that game? Well, I like Kansas to win. But what's the line on that game? Let's see. UCF and Kansas. Where the fuck is it? Am I blind? 7:30. 7:30 game. Am I fucking blind? It's not on here for some reason. Oh, I'm looking at the wrong fucking week. That's why. I was looking at week 7. I was looking at the wrong week schedule. Big 12. God damn it. I'm about to get pissed off here. All right. Now let's find it. Kansas State at noon. Kansas State is dog shit. Kansas State is favored by 5? What the fuck? Now hold on now. Kansas State is 1-3 and is complete dog shit. Central Florida's 3-0 and Kansas State is favored by 5? That's when something looks that weird, then that tells me that Vegas knows something. There's no reason Kansas State should be a 5-point favorite over Central Florida, but they are. I've been gambling a long time. That tells me Vegas knows something we don't know. I'm not betting that game. If I do bet it, I would bet Kansas State -5. That's a weird line. That's a weird line. Kansas State -5. They're 1-3 against Central Florida. That's tingling my spidey senses there. That Kansas State's winning that game. I don't know what Vegas knows, but they know something. Todd Mickens says, Lou, can you hire Shula, or South Carolina can finally have a OC that can adjust to their players instead of making the players adjust to them? Thank you, Todd. Yeah, South Carolina's been a disappointment. I mean, the Mizzou loss, okay, fine. It was close. Missouri's a pretty good team. But that Vanderbilt loss, not that Vanderbilt's not good, but they got embarrassed at home at night. That was bad. That was bad. Jola says, somehow Kansas State is favored and they ain't won nothing yet. Yeah, that Vegas knows something there. Sucks we have to wait till Sunday for the your season is over video. Well, we can laugh at Florida State all day tomorrow. I promise you, you know how I do like reaction videos all day long on Saturday to the different games that are on? I can almost guarantee you that every single reaction video I make tomorrow, no matter what games I'm talking about, there will be something in every video about Florida State. I can almost guarantee you that. Thank you, number one fan of the U. Cyrus Sellers, thank you for joining the channel, buddy. Jolish letting me know it's Kansas State, not Kansas. Yeah, I was looking at the wrong week. I'm a 5-star dummy. I'm a 5-star dummy there. That's exactly why they had the live mic on the refs, so Florida State wouldn't cry like they always do. Number one fan of the U, thank you again for the super chat. He says, Lou should dress as a judge to review the FSU lawsuit over the bobbled ball. Yeah, they're already trying to figure out who they can sue about that and everything. It's a fucking joke, suing everybody. Lose to Virginia. Fuck Florida State. Loudmouth fucking fans. Their fans got just so annoying. And it's really only been... Now, you're a Miami fan, so I understand, like, Florida State fans have probably been annoying you since the beginning of time. I get that. I haven't had any issues with Florida State fans until the last 2 years. They have become so obnoxious on the internet, Florida State fans. You know, it started when they got left out of the playoffs, and then they blamed Kirk Herbstreit and his dog and ESPN and the SEC network and the guy on the grassy knoll. I mean, they're just blaming everybody for getting left out of the playoffs. Whined about it for 8 fucking months, then went out and went 2-10. And they shut up for a little while they were 2-10. They would occasionally still cry about being left out of the playoffs the year before, but they were mostly quiet. And then as soon as they beat Bama this year, which they deserved to brag about, by the way, that was a good win and a big win. Coming off a 2-10 season, nobody gave them any chance of winning that game against Bama, and they won. They deserve to brag. But my God, they're calling up every radio and internet show on the planet, demanding that everybody bow down and tell them how great they are. They should be ranked number 2. And, well, I can't believe you only have us ranked 5th. I got them ranked fucking 5th. 5th! And still, they call me every Tuesday and Thursday demanding that I move them higher. And, you know, just that they're the greatest. And I'm like, what, dude? No amount of complimenting Florida State is enough for Florida State fans. No matter how many compliments, no matter how good you talked about them, no matter how many times you digitally patted them on their tiny fucking peanut head, it wasn't enough. They wanted more. More. Tell me more. Tell me how great we are. Nope, that's not great enough. We're greater than you're telling us we are. Move me up higher in a ranking. Explain why they're ranked this and here and there. Shut the fuck up, dude. You beat East Texas fucking Farming Academy and whoever the fuck else you beat 75-0. And you know what? Look, it doesn't mean you can beat those teams 75-0. You can beat them 175-0. It doesn't mean anything. You know what it means? It means you're 3-1 with a loss to Virginia. That's all it means. That's it. Beating these terrible teams by 100. Almost any Power 4 team could beat East Texas Farming College or whoever 70-0. Hardly any team would actually do that, though. You know why Florida State did it? To make themselves feel better. That's the only reason they did it, was to make themselves feel better. Georgia goes out and plays Austin Peay and Marshall and only beats them by 3 or 4 touchdowns. You idiots come in my comment section telling me that means Georgia's bad because they only beat those teams by 3 or 4 touchdowns. Georgia's goal is not to beat those teams by 70. Georgia's goal when they play those teams is to work on areas that they need to improve, to try things, which is what any legitimate team should be doing. Not Florida State, an illegitimate team who goes out and beats East Texas Farming College by 70 and then wants people to pat them on their back for it. I don't give a fuck that you beat them by 70. You know what I want to know? Anybody get hurt? Anybody get hurt in that game? Did you learn anything about your team there? Did you get some second and third stringers in meaningful action in the first half, let them get a taste? Did you do any of that? Or did you just go out there and beat them 70-0 so you could call internet radio shows and tell them how great Florida State is? Was that it? Why? So you can come out on a Friday night and lose to Virginia? Shut the fuck up. Shut up. God damn. Mike Norvell. Mike Norvell's got 3 losing seasons in 5 years. You dumbasses wanted him fired last year. Now you want me and everybody else to tell you he's a good coach. He's not a good coach. Name me one other good coach that has 3 losing seasons in the last 5 years. I'll wait. Name me one other coach on the face of the earth that has 3 losing seasons in the last 5 years but is a good coach. I'll wait. Tell me now. I'm waiting on just one. Just tell me one good coach other than Norvell who has 3 losing seasons in the last 5 years. There ain't none. Because if you have 3 losing seasons in 5 years, guess what? You're not a good coach. Duh. Is this getting through? Hello? Is this getting through to you? Mike Norvell is still the coach at Florida State because they can't afford the buyout. Why can't they afford the buyout? They spent all their money on lawyers' fees, suing their own network, their own conference, the Florida State basketball team sued Florida State. The Florida State basketball team sued Florida State. Biggest case of monkey see, monkey do in the history of mankind. They're sitting around going, well, Florida State's suing everybody. Let's sue them. What the fuck? What are y'all doing? Damn clown college, man. A literal fucking clown college. Tell us how good we are. Shut up. Lou, I bet Miami to win the Natty at plus 2,500. Forgot to place my bet at plus 400 before the season started. Looking good so far. Thank you, U-Town, for the super chat. Cyrus Sellers says, expecting Baylor to win and Texas A&M. I like Texas A&M. Baylor, who's Baylor playing? I can't remember who Baylor's playing. As far as your natty bet at plus 2,500, I don't usually place futures bets. They're not exciting to me. I'm a scratch ticket guy, not a pick the numbers guy. You know what I mean? You buy a scratch ticket, it's instant. You know right away, win or lose. I like betting on games. That's a scratch ticket. When you bet betting futures is like playing the Powerball next week. You just got to sit around and wait to find out if you won. I don't like that shit. I'm a junkie, and I need to know right now whether I win or lose. So I don't usually make futures bets, but I was thinking about putting a bet in on the Heisman right now. The front runner right now to win the Heisman, his odds are at plus 850. That means you can bet on 8 people to win the Heisman. And if any of those 8 people win, you win money. So whatever, you pick your 8 people. You can pick 8 people to win the Heisman. And if any of those 8 people win, you win money. You bet the same amount on all 8 people, and you're guaranteed to win money if one of those 8 people wins. So I'm thinking about doing that. Considering the talent at FSU, Norvell is a terrible coach. Well, considering he's been there 5 years and he has 3 losing seasons, is why he's a terrible coach. FSU fans complaining about the 2-point conversion mistake by Virginia when they still needed to score themselves is hilarious. Well, there's a lot of shit about Florida State that's hilarious. To be honest. Thank you, Zippy. And number 1 fan of the U. Appreciate the super chats. There's a reason Castellano sat the bench at BC. I thought he had a pretty good game. I mean, look, it's funny right now because Florida State just lost. The reality is that was a pretty great game by both teams. Offensively, the defense, some issues there. And I don't know. It kind of sucks when somebody has to lose one of those types of games. Look, we've all been on the losing end of one of those types of games. I've been on the losing end of those types of games lots of times. I've been on games that ended like that in the national title, 2017 national championship game. So I don't feel sorry for anybody if they lose like that. I mean, I lost a national championship game on a 4th and 7 play in overtime. So I don't, it don't get no more down bad than that. You want to talk about absolute misery and heartbreak? Go 37 years without winning a natty, then make a natty game and lose on a 4th and 7 in overtime. You don't know pain. You don't know pain and misery. 2nd and 26, that's right. 2nd and 20. You don't know pain until that happens. Lou, you aren't going to hype and hate videos this year? I quit doing the weekly hype and hate videos 2 years ago. I do them every once in a while now. I hope the FSU receiver wasn't trampled at the end. Yeah, me too. That was a dangerous situation there at the end of that game. You got TCU right, question mark. Yeah, I had TCU minus 1.5 in the first half. That hit. Second half's underway now, but I don't have a bet on the second half. I don't have any more bets today. Seeing people online saying we need to ban field storming. Well, they've been saying that for a long time. It is the people who say it's dangerous are right. It is dangerous. And it's a matter of time. It's just a matter of time before somebody gets seriously. I can't believe nobody's been seriously hurt with these field stormings that I know of. That's a miracle. They're right that it is dangerous. I'm not for banning them, but they're not wrong when they talk about how dangerous it is. They're not wrong. That pain introduced me to your channel, Lou. Yeah, unfortunately, a lot of my most popular videos are some of my most miserable. The 2016 Tennessee game, the 2017 national title game, the 2018 SEC championship game, every fucking game we've ever played against Alabama in the history of the internet. Yeah, a lot of fucking misery for me. H Post says, I hate Tom Herman like you hate Mark Richt. I didn't hate Mark Richt now. Let's start right there. I didn't hate Mark Richt. That being said, Tom Herman is better than Mike Norvell. At least Herman beat UGA and had 0 losing seasons at Texas. Well, yeah, Mark Richt is so much better of a coach than Tom Herman, you can't even describe it in the English language. I didn't hate Mark Richt. It was just time to move on. He had hit his head on the same ceiling too many times. It was just time to move on. But I didn't hate Mark Richt. Another touchdown for Oregon State. Yeah, they're going to be up 14-0. I was worried that Coke would kill you after that Bama natty. No, I looked that up before I did it. Made sure it was safe to do. There's all kind. You can go on YouTube right now. There's all kinds of videos on YouTube of people drinking Cokes way older than the one I drank. All right. Kyle, what's up, buddy? I knew you'd be here. This is what happens when you play 3 cupcakes to open the season. Conference play will catch up to you. I see the Bama joke buried in there. This is a Friday night game. We're exempt from the Your Season is Over video, right? Right? I don't think so. UVA played a hell of a game. That was a great game, Kyle. Some concerning defensive things for Florida State, but that was a good game. And look, this was I've said it 100 times during this stream. I got laughed at all week for picking Virginia +7. There were a lot of flashing red lights about this game for Florida State. You highlighted a couple of them there. First road game of the year. It's on a Friday night during the week on the road. Ranked team against an unranked team. The week before your biggest game of the year against your rival, Miami. There just was a lot of flashing red gambling lights on this one to take the home team. And it didn't work out in Florida State's favor. But I'm only being nice to you because you're here, rain or shine, and you're not one of the idiot Florida State fans I was talking about earlier. But Florida State season ain't really over. I mean, they are going to be on the Your Season is Over video, but nobody's going undefeated. I don't think. I didn't pick anybody to go undefeated. If Florida State beats Miami next week, this game will be forgotten, and they'll be in the driver's seat to make the ACC championship game. And it's kind of hard to change our thinking about college football, especially those of us that have been watching it for a long time, because for the majority of my life, this game would have ended Florida State's season. It would have been it. They would have had no chance to win the national title from here on out. None. Zero. For the majority of my lifetime. And the reality is that's just not the case in today's college football. Now, it doesn't make losing any easier the day it happens. It's still painful and brutal, and we're still going to laugh at y'all and make fun of y'all weekend long. You already know that. The internet's a rough place for losers. But, you know, look, hell, all you got to do is look at the first year of the 12-team playoff. A team that didn't even make their conference championship game won the national title. So, now, I'm not saying I think Florida State's a national title winning team. They've obviously got some issues they've got to clean up here, but as far as their goals, you know, they're still in front of them. I mean, you got to beat Miami next week. You can't lose 2 ACC games because look at Georgia Tech's schedule. That's the problem now. That becomes the problem for Florida State now. They don't have any more room for error because of Georgia Tech's schedule. Because Georgia Tech is likely going to the ACC championship game, even though they're the 3rd best team in the ACC behind Florida State and Miami, possibly Louisville. But if you lose next week, then you do get then it's over. You lose next week, it's over for sure for Florida State. That's it. Jolie says, I have a 1990 Natty Georgia Tech Coke. Do I drink it if they win or if they lose a Natty game? Neither will ever happen, but I'm just curious. I'm not going to recommend anybody to drink or not drink an old Coke like that. I did it. It didn't do anything at all to me. But look into it on your own and make your own decision on that. Funny thing, UVA is undefeated in conference play. NC State did not count as a conference game. Yeah, I had forgot about that, and somebody brought that up earlier. So you're 2 games, Florida State's 2 games behind Virginia because of the tiebreaker. And they're 1 game behind all the undefeated teams in the ACC. Tenor Horn says, my most miserable Georgia experience was the prayer at Jordan-Hare. I was in the red coat band during that game. I get it. Oh, okay. You're in the band. There's a guy in here all the time. I haven't seen him in here tonight. He just graduated last year, but he did 4 years in the band too. He calls into the call-in show a lot. He hooked me up in the dog walk. Are you still in here, Tenor Horn? He'd been watching the show for a long time, and I told him I was going to the game one week, and it was the Georgia Tech game in 2022. And I got there early, went to the dog walk, and I had like a front row spot right on the curb where the band walks by. And I was standing there filming the band walk by, and this guy that calls in, Mason is his name. He saw me, and he pulled me out with the band on the dog walk, the drum line of the band. That was a cool experience. How about play Tool 46-2 at the break during the TCU versus Kansas State game? I'll give you an Uncle Lou Easter egg here. If I don't play copyrighted music at the beginning of a stream, I'm not playing copyrighted music at all during the stream. So I can't play 46-2 because I didn't. Please use a key carrying 4 seconds or less. What the fuck? I don't know what that means. Anyway, so I didn't play any copyrighted music at the beginning of the stream, so I'm not going to play any copyrighted music at all during the stream. The hell happened? I don't know what happened there. Did I go away for a minute? I don't know. YouTube just gave me some weird error message. So I don't know if I lost y'all for a minute there or what. Yeah, there you are, Mason. I was just talking about you, buddy. That's one of the best experiences of my life, man. You know, I love Georgia, but I didn't go there, so I never got the experience of being there or being a student and that whole thing. But you bringing me out there with the band during the dog walk that time, man, that was really, really cool. Yeah, I don't know what happened. YouTube popped up some weird message, and then it said something to reconnect the stream or something, but then it said I was back on, so I don't know. I went to college in Augusta at Augusta State. Well, it's called Augusta University now. When I went there, it was called Augusta State. They've had a couple of name changes. It was called Augusta State when I went there. It's called Augusta University now. Miami's O-line is going to commit war crimes next week. I'll tell you this: if I'm the Miami coaches, I'm watching this game tonight, especially that one drive that Virginia had where they just ran the ball, and I'm licking my lips if I'm that Miami offensive line. That Miami offensive line is an NFL offensive line. I have not seen an offensive line anywhere in college football this year that comes close to what Miami has on that. It's unbelievable. That offensive line is really, really good. Really, really good. Georgia beats Bama. Have a good night, Lou. Hey, thank you, Matt Reacts. I hope you're right, man. I hope you're right. Augusta State, I thought that was a penitentiary. There are no penitentiaries here, I don't think. There's a jail here. I don't think there's a prison here. Well, there's a medical prison here. Yeah, I don't know what it's called. But yeah, there's a medical prison here. I don't really know who they send there. I guess if you're in a regular prison in Georgia somewhere and you have some sort of serious medical condition, that's where they send you. The medical prison? I don't know. I've never been to prison. I've been to jail, unfortunately. But I've never been to prison. Jolie says, Lou going to get canceled for dressing up as Tonto on Sunday for cultural appropriation. Every time I do it, there's people that try to cancel me, but I'm uncancelable, really. I don't work for anybody. My sponsors could stop sponsoring me, but I tell the sponsors the same thing every time. The first time they contact me, I say, there are no. I said, I didn't contact you. You contacted me, so I'm gonna do what I've been doing on this channel. There's not gonna be any. We'll sponsor you, but you can't do this, this, or this. I tell them that right away. And I have to turn down a lot of sponsors because of that, because they want to put too many rules on you about can't say this, can't say that. I don't play that. I tell them, I say, you called me. I didn't call you. You called me. You wanted to sponsor my channel. I didn't ask you to sponsor me. You called me and asked, could I sponsor you? It's up to you to watch my channel, see what I do, and if decide on your own if you want me to promote you or whatever. So never change. I'm not going to change. I'd rather my channel stay small and do what I want to do than to lie and do the things you have to do to attract a larger audience. Like all off season, when all these corporate bought and paid for talking head people were singing the praises of Florida, they were only doing it to reel in Florida fans into their audience. That's the only. If you think for 1 second that Josh Pate actually thought Florida was making the playoffs this year, you're out of your mind. You are out of your mind. He never thought for a second Florida was making the playoffs. He played you. He played you so you would watch him. That's it. And I don't have the ability to do that. I want Florida fans to watch my channel, just like I want all fans to watch my channel. But I'm not going to tell I'm not going to tell people what I think they want to hear. I'm not going to do that. I'm not going to do that. Which is why I'm never signing an agreement with On3 or Yahoo or whoever else, because nobody's telling me what to say. And that goes for y'all too. A guy emailed me the other day, a couple of weeks ago now. I super chat you all the time, but I don't think you should say this, this, and this. I emailed him back and I said, my comments are not for sale, buddy. I appreciate the super chat or whatever, but super chatting me doesn't give you the right to tell me what to say or not to say. Sorry. I emailed him back straight like that. I said, if you decide to never watch the channel again, that's on you. But nobody buys my opinion. My opinion is mine. It's not for sale. Fuck the third world country called Memphis, says Amar the ATM. Miami has a lineman that is 6'9", 340. Just crazy. Yeah, they are legit. They're not just big, they're good, because not all big offensive linemen are good offensive linemen. You have to have good feet. You have to be able to move. So just being good or just being big doesn't make you good. Can you adjust the scoreboard? Oh, yeah, sorry. I never changed it after the early games ended. Yeah, let's adjust the scoreboard. What is it you said you wanted to see? FSU score. Oh, to where it doesn't show the FSU score. Okay. Okay. Actually, no, I can't. That's as far up as I can go. So no, I actually can't scroll any further up to not show it. Sorry. In the NFL, most of the time they immediately have the offensive line drop weight from college, says Joe the pilot. Lou, are your purses for sale? No. No. I only have 3 purses and none of them are for sale. In fact, I'm looking to get more. I'm not looking to get rid of purses. I'm looking to get more. Put a clown emoji over the score. There's Octavian. That's about the only thing Florida fans have to look forward to is Miami or Florida State losing, ain't it? What's up, Octavian? This chain, Amazon. It's just it's silver. It's not gold or whatever. It's just a silver chain. Florida fans want Tennessee to lose too. I don't really have any nice jewelry. This is probably the nicest jewelry I own, and it's just a silver 925 silver necklace. I mean, I think it was $50 or something. I mean, it wasn't much. I don't really have any nice. I have some nice watches. I guess that's technically jewelry. I don't know. Are watches jewelry? I don't know. I don't have any like fancy necklaces or chains or anything like that. Super chat is half the boob tube anyway. Yeah, YouTube takes about 35% of the super chat, and then however you pay, like Apple Pay or PayPal or whatever it is, they take a percentage. The YouTuber ends up getting about 50% of whatever you super chat. Am I a tag or a Rolex guy? I like both. I don't have a tag. I don't have a Tag Heuer watch. I would like one, but I don't have one. I do have 2 Rolex. Juice Poot told me, like Bob Marley, every little thing gonna be all right while I'm drinking my sorrows away. You already know the Juice Poot special on your season is over. Josh Pate's gonna hype up Florida State on everything I just told you about how Florida State, one loss, you can still do this. That's the treatment Josh Pate's gonna give Florida State on Sunday night. He's going to tell you, this was a weird spot. It was a Friday night game. During the week, you got the Miami game. It was a classic sort of trap spot. He'll make you feel better. After I shit all over Florida State on Sunday in the Your Season Is Over video, you can run on over to the Juice Poot channel and he'll tell you everything's going to be okay. Hey, look, kind of watch you right. This is a G-Shock. This is probably my favorite watch. I probably wear this one. Well, this isn't my favorite watch, but I wear this more than I wear any other watch. This thing's a tank. You can bang it against the wall, or like you don't have to be careful when you have it on. Like there's almost no way you can fuck this watch up. And they're not expensive, so even if you do, you're out maybe $150. Citizen, I don't have a Citizen watch either. There are some that I would like to have. There's a couple of Seikos that I'd like to have too. I haven't bought. Well, I got one. Yeah, I have a Daytona and a Datejust. Chicken nachos are overrated, Lou. Take that back immediately. Delete that comment. Chicken nachos are not. You must be eating shit chicken nachos. I don't know. Chicken nachos are overrated. Dude. Are you retarded? Chicken nachos are amazing, my guy. Yeah, Grand Seikos are nice. I'd love to have one. Yeah, Joe, I don't wear them very often because if they get scratched up, I'm not going to pay to get them um, buffed or whatever. And they've got scratches on them. I mean, they're hard to wear without scratching them up. The clasp end, you know. What do you think of the North Texas Mean Green? Somebody called me the other night and said they could make the playoffs. I'm not really a group of five guy, y'all. I don't lie about it either. I tell people I'm just not. Um, I don't take the group of five seriously in terms of their ability to compete in the playoffs with the Power Four. So I just don't. It's hard to keep up with like the 25 or 30 Power Four teams that are legitimate in a given year. You know, I wait and see who's 5-0, 6-0, whatever in the group of five, and then I go, well, they might make the playoffs. That's about the extent of my group of five knowledge. I just don't. I don't take the group of five seriously in terms of that. They shouldn't even be in the same classification as the Power Four. I had a $1,200 repair bill on my Bulova watch. Damn. Do I have a Bulova? What's that black watch I have? Yeah, this is a Bulova. I know that's hard to see, but this is one of my favorite watches too. I like this one. But that's a Bulova. Does FSU losing mean Bama ain't shit? No, that's not how college football works, man. No, nope, it doesn't mean Bama's shit. Kyle says somehow this was Herb Street's fault. Well, yeah, I mean, the Florida State people will find some way to blame ESPN, the SEC, or Kirk Herbstreit or something. Yeah. Does FSU drop below Bama in the AP? Well, I think that depends on what happens tomorrow with the Georgia Bama game. Thank you, fan of the U and Kyle. Nicholas DePerno, thank you for the super chat. It says that your season is over is going to be the best yet. Can't wait. And the Florida State man down bad. Yeah, and we got big games tomorrow too that are guaranteed to have interesting your season is over results like Georgia, Bama, Oregon, Penn State, uh, Ole Miss and LSU, Auburn, Texas A&M, Southern Cal and Illinois, Indiana and Iowa. I mean, there's tomorrow's slate of games is absolutely loaded. Absolutely loaded. But the AP poll is irrelevant. The only thing I can guarantee you about the AP poll is that people will complain about it no matter what the rankings are. But the AP poll is irrelevant and doesn't matter at all. Who does UCLA play? Let's look. UCLA. They play at Northwestern. And Northwestern is favored by 6.5. Northwestern's 1-2. UCLA is 0-3. So there'll be about 9 people watching that game. Can't be bought, Lou. Me either. Yeah, you got to be pretty bad to be an underdog to Northwestern. You need a Valdosta State helmet since Kirby coached there. Well, I need a Valdosta State helmet because I don't have one. Yeah, there's still a lot of Group of 5 and FCS helmets that I don't have. A whole bunch of them. Y'all go sign up to Patreon. Huge games tomorrow night. Yeah, I'll be on Patreon tomorrow night for Georgia, Alabama, and Oregon, Penn State. And now's a great time to sign up on Patreon because I'm giving away $1,000 on October 11th. And Patreon's a monthly membership, so if you sign up now, you'll be on there the whole month of October, basically. And I'm giving $1,000 away on Patreon on October 11th. Yeah, Houston's embarrassing themselves. Does the winner of TCU-Arizona State become the early front runner to play Texas Tech in the Big 12 championship? I still don't think there's a front runner. I think Utah still has a chance, even though they lost to Texas Tech. I obviously think Texas Tech has a chance. Iowa State, everybody, always forgets about them. Arizona State, TCU. I think the Big 12 is still wide open. You went to Valdosta State? I have some friends that went there a million years ago when in the 90s. You need a Citadel and VMI helmet for Service Academy. Don't forget the FCS Service Academy. The Citadel and the VMI aren't service academies. You just got a Georgia ad. Who's better this year, the ACC or the Big 12? I'm leaning towards the ACC. The ACC's got better teams at the top for sure with Florida State, Miami, possibly Georgia Tech, Louisville. Like their top 4. Well, shit. You know what? I don't know. I think the Big 12 was better last year for sure, but it's close this year. I don't know what happened. You talking about Kevin Sumlin? You know what? I don't know what happened to him. Anybody know? Is he in the NFL now or something? Or Kevin Sumlin? What happened to him? He's an American football coach, blah, blah, blah. Let's see. Wikipedia, Kevin Sumlin. Coaching career. He was at Maryland last year. Is he still there? On Wikipedia, the last entry is assistant head coach, co-offensive coordinator at Maryland in 2024, but it doesn't say if he's still there. So I don't know. Oh, he retired. Okay. I've never had Dave's Hot Chicken. Lou, when are you coming back on the Dog Nation live chat? I watch it almost every day. I just don't comment all the time because every time I comment, I end up in an argument and it keeps me there for an hour when I should be working. FSU man here. We didn't deserve to win tonight. Tough loss. Hopefully prepare for Miami next week. Yeah, it's going to be a big game. I don't think losing this game, it probably will change some people's opinion about the Miami game, but it shouldn't. This was a tough spot for Florida State for all the reasons I've been over 100 times today during this stream. Whatever you thought about the Florida State-Miami game yesterday, you should still think that now. So if you liked Florida State, you should still like Florida State. Virginia got paid $1 million for the win. Why? Hey, Monk, you want to come check on me? Oh, yeah, come check on me, too. Yeah. Is that what you're doing in here? Where you going? Okay, I'm not talking to you then. I'm not talking to you. You coming back in here now? gonna get you. What you doing? What you doing? You gotta say hi. You gotta say hi to everybody. You wanna say hi? What are they doing? You wanna get down? The lady went to bed, so the dog's asleep in there. Burgle. Hi Lou, did you miss me? I don't remember you, Shuggles. Sorry. I guess I probably should, but I don't. Lou, what dog should I get? A beagle. That's the only right answer. The first ever time I saw your channel was when Tennessee hosted Georgia in 2015. We had that huge rally when Georgia had a 21-point lead. TCU needs to tighten up with the penalties, sign of bad coaching. Yeah, I forgot that game was back on. What's the score? 24-17, so they're up 7. That is a big game in the Big 12. That is a big game in the Big 12. Jack Russell Terrier or German Shepherd? I would take neither. But if I had to choose one of those two, it would be a German Shepherd. What did you do for work before YouTube? I was in the cell phone business for 15 years. Florida State is blaming Kirk Herbstreit for the loss again. Nothing surprises me when it comes to Florida State fans and what they'll try to put off on Kirk Herbstreit, the SEC or ESPN. Would Kirby take back Sam Pittman? I hope so, if he could, because I haven't been all that impressed with, what's the other one's name we have now? Searles. I haven't been all that impressed. I think Sam Pittman's a great offensive line coach. Lock of the week. Well, there's no such thing as a lock. I was on Virginia +7 because I liked it. That hit. Let me pull up my bets. I like Ole Miss -1 tomorrow. I like Ole Miss to win tomorrow. Let's see. I like Ole Miss -1, or I think it's at -2 now. I got it at -1 earlier in the week. I mean, I like all these bets. That's why I bet them. But so there is no such thing as a lock. But I have Washington +8, Mississippi State +7.5, Texas A&M -6.5, Ole Miss -1, Kansas -5.5, Penn State -3, and Air Force -6.5. Ole Miss, Oregon, and Auburn all get it done tomorrow. I don't like the Oregon and the Auburn pick. I like the Ole Miss pick. Back-to-back road games is tough. And that's two really tough environments and two really good teams. At Oklahoma and at Texas A&M in back-to-back weeks is tough. That's tough. Do you think Beamer should be on the hot seat? No, I don't. He's overachieved almost every year he's been there. This is going to be a bad year, though, for sure. But I don't think they should fire him. Bobo's Headset. What's up, buddy? He says, Patreon is amazing. Been there for years. We have so much fun in those streams. Some of the greatest Uncle Lou moments have happened on those streams. Join up. Yeah, a lot of inside jokes start on the Patreon stream, and then we say them over and over again until everybody else finally catches on. Great games tomorrow, too. Alabama, Georgia, Penn State, Oregon, both in prime time. Yeah. I'll post the link on Patreon tomorrow, probably around 7 or 7:15. And we'll hang out on Patreon tomorrow and watch both those primetime games. There are going to be some good ones. Yeah, Vabdu. Vabdu. What was the one? Remember scrapbooking from last year? That was from a Patreon stream. The scrapbooking thing. Remember that? A lot of the shit I end up saying in the Your Season Is Over video is shit from the Patreon stream too. I post shit early on Patreon sometimes too, like the Your Season Is Over videos. Those things take me 5 or 6 hours to make the whole thing. But what I do I film the intros first in the morning, and I upload those to Patreon like at lunchtime, and then the whole video doesn't get uploaded to YouTube until like 5 or 6 o'clock. Juice Poop was root. About what? Can Oklahoma beat Texas without Mateer? I don't think they'll have to. I think he'll play in that game. But without him, no, they can't. They have no running game to lean on without Mateer. Oklahoma's running game is alarming in that they don't have one outside of John Mateer. And I don't really know why. Jaden Ott's been on a milk carton. But Oklahoma's run game is terrible. And without Mateer, it would be non-existent. And no, I don't think they will beat Texas without Mateer. With Mateer, yeah, I would take Oklahoma. Norvell on the don't know what they're doing list. I had him on there, and then I took him off when he beat Bama, but I might have to put him back on. PayPal, let's check. Thank you, Austin. Let's see here. What do we have here now? During this stream, I've driven from Columbia, South Carolina to Gatlinburg. Got to hear FSU loss, and I loved it. Hey, I'm glad I could make the trip a little easier for you, bud. I do the same thing in road trips, by the way. I don't even listen to the radio. I don't know why I pay for a Sirius satellite. I've got Sirius XM or whatever it is, radio in my car that I pay. I don't even know what I pay per month for that. I don't ever turn it on. I listen to podcasts and YouTube streams through my car's Bluetooth. I can probably cancel that now that I'm sitting here thinking about it. Mateer's the only good player on OU team. Well, what about their entire defense? Their entire defense is pretty good, buddy. They probably got the best defense in the SEC. Thank you, fan of the U. He says, Lou, what do you think of the LSU linebacker banging Lane Kiffin's daughter, posting it on the week they play? Lane says, take the over. Well, first of all, I don't care who grown people are dating. That's number one. As far as Lane Kiffin saying to take the over, I would take the over. Lane Kiffin pays attention to betting and the betting numbers. If he can cover a spread, he will. If he can hit the over, he will. So if he says bet the over, I would bet the over. As far as the dating part of that, I couldn't care less about Lane Kiffin's daughter, who she's dating, or who football players are dating. Couldn't care less. As long as it's legal, like they're, dating somebody of age. Still 14-3, Oregon State up on Houston. That's kind of surprising. Oregon State is bad. It looks weird seeing a Pac-12 logo on the field here, too, because they're playing at Oregon State. You almost forget the Pac-12 still exists. 24-17, TCU up on Arizona State. They're in the fourth quarter, 12 minutes to go. Arizona State with the ball down, a touchdown, 1st and 10. They're in TCU territory at the 40. Pass complete behind the line of scrimmage. Gets to the 35. It's going to be 2nd and 6 now for Arizona State. Thank you, Nicholas. He says, do you have any bucket list college stadiums to see? It would be the obvious ones. It actually, it's. I mean, the stadiums are nice too, but it's more. It's really more of a list of games that I would like to see. And it just so happens they're also in some of the most iconic stadiums. Like I would love to go. I would love to see the Michigan Ohio State game at either stadium. I'd love to go to an Iron Bowl in either stadium. Uh, I'd love to go to the Army Navy game one year. Don't care where it's played. Uh, um, LSU at night, Penn State during a whiteout, things like that. Drop a like if you haven't yet. Yeah, hit the thumbs up if you hadn't. That's the easiest thing you can do to help support the channel and the show. Hit that thumbs up. Yeah, Houston down on the goal line here. 2nd and goal from the 6-inch line. Quarterback sneak on deck. Looks like a touchdown to me. Lou, you got to go to Willie B. I've been to a game at Willie B. A long time ago. And it wasn't a Georgia game. I was in middle school, I think. And my parents had some friends that were South Carolina fans, I guess. And I went with them. I think it was South Carolina. I think they were playing Georgia Tech. Yeah, I think they were playing Georgia Tech. But I mean, that was 35 years ago. Houston scored. Here comes the extra point. That'll make it a 4-point game if it's good. Let's see. Yep, it's good. 14-10. Houston only down by 4 now. 1:24 to go in the first half. Arizona State trying to tie things up here at home against TCU. 2nd and 4. They're going to lose a yard. It's going to be 3rd and about 5 coming up now for Arizona State. They're down near the red zone. Prime time is the Patreon stream. Yes, I'll be on tomorrow night around 7:15 for all the primetime games over on Patreon. I stream on Patreon every Saturday. And I put a poll up on Patreon, and everybody over there votes on Monday and Tuesday on what time slot they want to do. And this week they voted on primetime. So Patreon tomorrow night, 7:15 for all the primetime games. Patreon's $10 a month. We have a really good time on there. Really good time on there. That Patreon page is really the reason I'm able to do this full time. In the off season, my channel's not really big enough to sustain myself in the off season. I mean, I make okay money in the off season, but without the support from the Patreon page, it would be a struggle. It would be a struggle. I take the money I make on Patreon and I save that, and that's basically what I live off of in the off season. I'm excited to see Missouri's new end zone. It looks like it will be amazing and make it louder. I don't know if I'm doing a YouTube stream tomorrow. It just depends. I'll have to see what's going on. Well, I'll be on at 9 a.m. in the morning. I do a college football kickoff show every Saturday morning at 9 a.m. So I'll be back on here, YouTube, at 9 a.m. in the morning for the kickoff show. It's like from 9. We usually do that from like 9 to about 10:30 or 11. So I will be on at 9 in the morning for that. But as far as streaming games tomorrow, I don't know if that'll be on YouTube or not. Another benefit to Patreon, you get the YouTube stream, but also the Patreon $10 is 2 coffees. Yeah. Yeah, we have a good time over there. Best $10 a month I've ever spent, says Bobo's headset. And I'm giving away $1,000. Did I mention that? I'm giving away $1,000 on Patreon on October 11th. Did he miss that? Arizona State just missed a field goal, so it's still a 7-point lead for TCU. 9 minutes to go in the game. Georgia sucks, and DJ Ukulele Wagway is the best QB in the history of history. Boy, it must be getting late. Even the little kids are up typing dumb shit now. Lou got an early morning tomorrow, still streaming past midnight. We appreciate you, even though I say a lot of dumb shit. You're the goat, Lou. Thank you, RCC. Well, but you've been around long enough, RCC, that you know when I say dumb shit back to you, you know not to take it too seriously. Patreon, here I come, says Salty Pendejo. Hey, I appreciate that, man. Yeah, I appreciate that. Yeah, just click that link. Get yourself signed up on the $10 Patreon deal. We stream every Saturday. Now, the way that works is at about 7:15 tomorrow, I'll make a post on that Patreon page that says Week 5 Patreon stream. And you just click the link and it takes you to the stream. It can be, some people get a little confused the first time they do it. But if you just click that link, it'll take you to the stream. Lou, how old are you? I'm 47. I'm shocked you are still alive. Why? I'm 47, not 97. I'm old, man. Everclear gets you fucked up. Yeah, Everclear is dangerous. Can't drink that shit straight. Or I can't. That shit'll kill you. It's basically rubbing alcohol, yeah. It's 90% rubbing alcohol. It's 180 proof. FSU will sue to extend the right goalpost by 15 feet. Hey, it's not a bad idea. Ryan Day's trying to fuck with the hash marks. Florida State can change the goalposts around. Moonshine is dog shit. Yeah, it is. It's terrible. Moonshine is horrible. All of it. There's no such thing as good moonshine. Florida is the greatest team ever. DJ Wagway is the best QB ever. Yeah, okay. Everclear is great for cleaning tobacco pipes. Florida's the greatest team ever. All right, yeah. Come back tomorrow, bud. Typing the same shit over and over again. Come back tomorrow. I mean, we used to do the shit where you'd cut a hole in a watermelon, you know, pour a bottle of Everclear in it, let the watermelon sit all night, and then you cut the watermelon up and eat it the next day. It gets you fucked up beyond belief. But as far as just drinking Everclear, no. Straight, no. That's a death wish. You should never do that. Oh, being live. I hope you're right, musician. Georgia needs to start beating Bama. They don't have to beat Bama every time, but they need to start beating Bama more often than they have. You don't have to do super chats, Caroline W. I'm just happy to have you here. Everclear isn't exactly palatable, no. We used to blow fireballs with it. You just swig a thing of it into your mouth, hold out a lighter, and spit it out into the lighter to big ass fucking fireball. We ran a car off of it one time. I don't know what Ryan Day's issues with the hash marks are, but he petitioned the NCAA to have the hash marks made narrower. Oregon State long field goal attempt here, 50-yarder from the left hash. Snap, hold, kick. Was that blocked? Blocked. Houston blocked it. 11 seconds to go in the first half. Houston does have one timeout, so they've got a chance here with a pass play to get into field goal range themselves and try to kick a field goal here at the end of the half. All the schools with artificial turf better be getting a check from the NCAA if they pass that. Did you pick the Tennessee-Mississippi State game? I took Mississippi State plus 7.5. I'm trying to make it to the end of this TCU-Arizona State game. I kind of wish it was a blowout so I could go to bed, but it's a one-touchdown game here with 6.5 minutes to go in the fourth quarter. Knowing my luck, we'll get another overtime game here. But it is a good one if y'all aren't watching it at home and you want to turn on the end of this TCU-Arizona State game. It's on Fox, 6:29 to go. TCU's got the ball in a 7-point lead, but it's 3rd and 20. And they're going to be sacked. It's going to be 4th and 30. TCU's going to have to punt it back to Arizona State with about 6 minutes to go. What's up, Aggie, man? You still do the rigged wheel on the kickoff show? Yeah, every Saturday morning at the end of the Saturday morning show, we spin the wheel. And we've been doing two winners every week on there. So we'll probably do that again tomorrow. All right, Jacory, appreciate you hanging out tonight, man. See you tomorrow. Why do we never see Salem Driver anymore? Well, it's probably a little too late for him right now. But yeah, he doesn't seem to be around as much as he used to. He's still on the Patreon. Well, I'm pretty sure he's still on the Patreon. Will General Valtar be back this season? Well, we saw him a couple of weeks ago. We might see him again. We've seen General Valtar this year. We've seen Natty Back Steve, the Florida fan, and 90 Proofer Luther was at the very end of the Your Season Is Over video this past Sunday. Literally the very end. A lot of y'all didn't see it. A lot of y'all clicked off that video and missed 90 Proofer Luther at the end, the Alabama fan. Fireball plus an apple beer is awesome. I don't do the apple beer, but I do like Fireball. I do like Fireball. There is no minimum amount for the wheel. On the wheel, if you win the rigged wheel, you win twice whatever you sent. So if you sent 5, you win 10. If you sent 25, you win 50. What was the Georgia Tech mascot you had? Philip Huang Techtard III was the Georgia Tech fan we used to have on here. Philip Huang Techtard III. Fireball straight. I don't mix that with anything. I just take shots. Fireball. Tomorrow's going to be an all-timer day of college football, I feel. There's great games all day long. All day long tomorrow. No, I haven't tried the apple Fireball, no. I don't hardly ever drink it. I only drink when I'm out of town anymore. I don't drink at home. If I go out to eat, I don't drink. I don't drink at all. I only drink when I'm on vacation now. That's it. I don't drink at all unless I'm out of town on vacation with no access to a car. No, I don't smoke weed. No, I don't. I don't have a problem with it. I think it should be legal. I think it should have been legalized a long time ago, but I don't do it. If Bama loses, I think they could be looking at 8-4 with that schedule. Yeah, yeah, they got tough games. LSU, Oklahoma, Vandy, Mizzou. Those are all losable games. Barbecue some ribs, steak, buffalo chicken dip. Damn, you doing it up tomorrow, man. Where's my invitation? I want to come to your house and watch the game. That sounds good. How about those dumbass Seaman Hole fans? Where are they at now? There, a few of them showed up after the game in here. A few of them showed up. Joler says, AT&T commercial making fun of Florida. Down bad. Is it really? I didn't see that. All right, 1st and 10 for Arizona State. Uh-oh, big run on the ground across the 40, midfield. Out of bounds inside the TCU 40. About a 35-yard gain on the ground for Arizona State to start off this possession here. They're down 7 with 5.5 minutes to go in the game. So trying to tie it up here. Just a simple handoff. Out. Oh, look at that terrible angle from that number 2. Terrible angle from that number 2 for TCU there. Coming up on 5 minutes to go. They're down 7. 1st and 10. Inside the 40. On the ground again. Right up the middle this time. Only gains about 2. Down to the 36-yard line. It's going to be 2nd and about 8 now coming up for Arizona State. Do I lock in on Mizzou outright or go with BYU over Colorado? I'd have to look up the numbers, the spreads on those. I mean, I think BYU is going to beat Colorado, but as far as betting on it, I don't know what the number is. I hope there's no blowouts at all except for Tennessee. Yeah, well, we all hope that for our own team, don't we? Another first down for Arizona State on the ground again. Slow to get up. Is everybody okay? What are they doing? Oh, no, that was a pass to the running back. Out of the backfield. 34-28 dogs. Shit, I'll take it. I'll take a 1-point win. I'll take it, whatever I can get against Bama. Were you good when you played in high school? I mean, I was good enough to start. I wasn't great. I mean, there was no colleges knocking down my door. First and 10, Arizona State inside the 25. Now, play action pass, complete but tackled for a loss of a yard. Look at a little tight end screen they tried to set up there. It didn't work. It's going to be 2nd and 11 now, under 4 minutes to go in the game. Arizona State driving, down a touchdown. Colorado got their manhood taken by the Mormons last year. Yeah, they got beat bad. They got beat bad. Lou, FSU should sue the refs, says Mustard. I'm sure they are huddling up with their attorneys as we speak. Why Uncle Lou dripped up? Good night, Lou. I'll be listening in the morning. All right, Mikey. Appreciate you hanging out tonight. Arizona State pass into the end zone falls incomplete. It's going to be 3rd and 11 now. Best Georgia game I've been to. The 2000 Georgia-Tennessee game. That one. And then, I don't remember the year. It was a Georgia-South Carolina game sometime in the 2000s. And Georgia was winning, I think, by 4. It was 4 or 5. South Carolina had the ball. They drove all the way down the field. I was sitting in the end zone. They drove all the way down the field towards me. They got to like the 5-yard line. And a field goal was no good. So Georgia was winning by 4 or 5 or 6, something like. They had to have a touchdown. And it came down to a 4th down play. And who was the linebacker? I think it was one of the Bailey boys. Boss Bailey, maybe? South Carolina dropped back to throw the ball on 4th down into the end zone from like the 5-yard line. And Boss Bailey deflected the pass, incomplete, and Georgia won at the very end. That was another good one. Uncle Lou got that Nico, I'm about to leave your team money. 4th and 11 now for Arizona State. Big play here. Pass incomplete. Is that pass interference or no? Nope. Yep, pass interference. A late flag, but it did look like pass interference to me. Late flag, but it does come in, and that's going to give Arizona State an automatic first down. What position did you play in high school? Corner. Going into UJ? No, I work every Saturday from right here in this room. I can't afford to go to the games anymore. Not because of what the tickets cost, but because of the money I miss out on by not working. This week could be the best week of the year. Season is over this year. Yeah. I mean, you got a couple of games coming up that no matter who wins or loses, it's great for the year season is over video, you know? Georgia, Bama, Oregon, Penn State, LSU, Ole Miss, Auburn, Texas A&M, Southern Cal, Illinois, Indiana, and Iowa. Can't wait for the Gamecocks to, every once in a while, ruin the Dogs' playoff hopes. Yeah, I'm glad to have that game back. You keep up with any high school ball? No, I don't. 2nd and 5 for Arizona State. Pass complete, but tackled near the line of scrimmage for no gain. Another flag. What is this now? Are they going to get TCU with another pass interference? No, roughing the passer this time. Wow. TCU defense with the penalties here is keeping Arizona State alive. It's going to be 1st and goal now for Arizona State because of these 2 penalties. Yeah, that was a late hit. I mean, he pushed him in the back way late. I mean, it wasn't some type of a big hit, but he pushed him in the back way late. I mean, you just don't do that. It's just stupid. Why do that? 1st and goal now for Arizona State after a pass interference penalty and then a roughing the passer penalty has moved Arizona State all the way up inside the 5-yard line. They're down 7, 24-17, trying to tie it up here. 2:45 to go in the game. And now the referees have to have a meeting to discuss God knows what. Lou, FSU should sue the... Oh, yeah, we read that. South Carolina's the only team that truly scares me. Playing them is like when Tom Brady's Patriots played in Miami. Gamecock voodoo. Clinch County is always good. Yeah, I don't keep up with the high school stuff. Yeah, I do like Dillingham. Yeah, I do like Dillingham. Yeah, I think he's a good coach. 1st and goal now from the 3. Pistol formation for Arizona State, trying to tie the game up on the ground. Right tackle, hitting the hole and drop for no gain. 2nd and goal from the 3. No defense in high school football. I'll have to take your word for it. All right, Lou, wife and I just got to the hotel. Kid-free weekend. Hey, enjoy it, man. Yep, I'll see you tomorrow. Did you ever play against Glen Academy from Brunswick? No. Nope. Another pass behind the line of scrimmage caught, this time dropped for a loss of 2. So they've gone from 1st and goal at the 3 to 3rd and goal at the 5 now. It's going to be a fun weekend of college football. Yeah, there's great games all day long tomorrow. Third and goal, under 2 minutes. We're at the 2-minute warning. 3rd and goal, 24-17. Arizona State's got the ball down, a touchdown. What's my record for longest stream? I did a 24-hour stream years ago. I did a 24-hour. When was that? 2018 or 2019, I think. I did a 24-hour stream. Lou was third string water boy in high school. No, I played corner. Started for 2 years. I was a backup in 10th grade and didn't play that much, but I started my junior and senior year. College football is so much better than NFL. Usually when people type that, it's projection. So like whoever it was that typed that, they probably weren't good enough to play high school football. Who is that? Dan Patrick O'Brien. He probably didn't play high school football, or if he did, he was probably third string water boy, whatever he typed. Usually when people type stuff like that, it's projection. They're telling on themselves. I don't care one way or the other whether he played high school football or not, and if he did, whether he was great or terrible. I couldn't care less. Still waiting on this Arizona State game to resume. It's going to be 3rd and goal from the 5 when they do. What'd you do for a living before YouTube? I was in the cell phone business for about 15 years, from about 1998 to around 2013 or 2014. Did you ever play against Deion Grant? Yes. Twice. LOL, I was a baseball player. Oh, okay. Well, you were a third string water boy baseball player or whatever you said. Lou, if Bama loses tomorrow to UGA, is it DeBover? No, they can't fire DeBoer this year. No, they can't afford to fire him this year. It doesn't matter what he does. They can't fire him this year. Lou, have you noticed this season no Deion fans talking a lot lately? Oh yeah, they're in the wind. All right, here we go. 3rd and goal from the 5. Levitt throws incomplete. It's going to be 4th and goal now for Arizona State from the 5-yard line with 1:53 to go, and they're down 7. Now, Arizona State does have 3 timeouts left, so if they don't convert here, they have an opportunity to force a 3 and out and get the ball back. Deion Grant would have gone to Georgia if Kirby was coaching back then. He was really good. He was really good. Even in high school, you knew he was going somewhere. He played both sides of the ball, too. He played wide receiver and DB in high school. He was really good. They won the state championship, his team did. We played them in the regular season and then lost to them in the playoffs. We lost to them twice. Yeah, Josie. He played for Josie. I played for Westside. He caught 1 pass on me in 2 games. Type about that, baseball water boy. He caught 1 pass on me for about 8 yards in 2 games. He caught a slant against me. Did someone check on that FSU receiver that disappeared under the crowd? I'm concerned. I think that was Squirrel White, the transfer from Tennessee, but I hope he's okay because they ran right over the top of him. Lou locked him up. Josie was a running team is the real story behind that. So that's true story that in 2 games he had 1 catch against me. That's true, and it sounds amazing. But Josie was a running team. They rarely threw the ball. Their quarterback wasn't very good. They very rarely. Deion Grant, got recruited as a DB, not a wide receiver. He was on a high school team that didn't throw the ball. So it sounds great, and so I like to tell people that. That I played against Deion Grant and held him to 1 catch for 8 yards, but they never threw the ball. So Arizona State just tied it up, by the way. So 1:50 to go. TCU is going to get the ball back. They got all 3 timeouts, so they got plenty of time. See if they can go down and get a game-winning field goal there. Yeah, I tackled him. He caught the ball. I tackled him right away. I was right on him. When he made the catch. I was 5'10". He was 6, whatever he was. There was nothing I could do. He caught the ball, and I tackled him right away. But yeah, he did catch the ball. I'm surprised the FSU players didn't use the chaos as a diversion to jump in the portal again. Here's the kickoff for Arizona State. It's going to go out of the back of the end zone for a touchback. So TCU will have the ball 1st and 10 on their own 25. Who could start for FSU today? Lou, if this game goes to overtime, are you staying up? Yeah, I'm staying up to the end of the Arizona State TCU game, but just fair warning now, I'm literally ending the stream the minute that game ends. So let me thank everybody now for hanging out. I've had a great time tonight. We ended up with some great games, too. But I am wore out, and I've got to get up at 7 in the morning to get ready for that kickoff show at 9. So it literally, the minute this game ends, I'm ending the stream. So I'll thank everybody now for hanging out. I had a great time. And we'll do it again tomorrow on Patreon at 7:30. So see y'all all over there tomorrow night, I hope. Second and 10 now for TCU. A minute 47 to go in the game. All tied up at 24. They've got all 3 timeouts left. They're on their own 25, 2nd and 10. 4 wide. Snap, back to throw. Did he fumble? He fumbled the damn ball. Arizona State recovers. Holy shit. Wow. Quarterback dropped back. He was hit, fumbled, and the same guy that hit him fell right on top of the ball. Wow. And they're in field goal range right away. Wow. I mean, they're going to have the ball inside the 20 here. Yeah, strip sack. Wow. What the fuck? Is it a fumble? Yeah, he literally just took the ball away from him. Yeah. It wasn't even a fumble. He literally just took the ball away from him as they were falling to the ground. But it looks clean to me. Yeah, Arizona State ball. They're on the 15. Wow. Massive comeback here for Arizona State. They're going to keep it on the ground. Late flag comes in. Horse collar. Boy, this TCU defense and these penalties in the last couple of minutes, unbelievable. They're going to get them with another one here, horse collar. On the last Arizona State drive, they had a pass interference and then a late hit on the quarterback on back-to-back plays that gave Arizona State a free 30 yards. And now on the first play here, that's not a horse collar. That didn't look like a horse collar to me. Wow. Wow. A minute 36 to go. Tied at 24. What a massive comeback here for Arizona State. They were down 17-0. Arizona State was. Now it's tied at 24, and they got a chance to win it here. They're going to be down by the 5-yard line. I don't like this call on the horse collar. He grabs the sleeve of his jersey. Grabbed him right here. I don't like that call at all. Grabbed him right here. If you're not watching, he grabbed his jersey right here. They called him horse collar. I don't like that call. I don't like that call at all. Deion Grant is easily one of the best players from the 90s and 2000s, and you played against him in high school. Yeah, he was great. Great in the NFL, too. Great at Tennessee. Great in the NFL. Yeah. Lou, do you put ads on your live stream? Is that something YouTube is sneaking in there? No, yeah. You turn ads on or off. The ads are on, yeah. The 2 mouthpiece trend is stupid. I haven't seen that, but it sounds stupid. Yeah. Scadaboo's with the Giants, I believe. Isn't that right? Somebody will know, but I think he's with the Giants. Yeah, I didn't like that horse collar call there. That's going to give Arizona State 1st and goal right outside the 5. They keep it on the ground. Breaks 1 tackle. Down to the 2. 2nd and goal from the 2 now. Lou, what are you doing for the game tomorrow? Watching at home? Yeah, I don't. I work every Saturday from home, from here. So I don't go to games anymore, or like go to Wild Wings and watch the game or whatever. I don't do that. I stay here and work all day. I mean, look, I'm the luckiest guy in the world to be able to talk about college football for a living. I don't ever like to complain about it, but if there is a drawback or a negative, it's that I don't get to do things like go to games or, you know, go hang out at Wild Wings all day, stuff like that. If you were TCU, isn't it better to let them score? Yeah, that's always the debate when it gets down to this point of the game. Do you just let them score so you can get the ball back with some time, or what do you do? You could go to games and live stream it. No. You ever been to a Georgia game? You get better cell phone service on the moon than you get in Sanford Stadium during a Georgia game. Sam Levitt, quarterback, keep to the 2. That's it. 3rd and goal. And it's not just that about live streaming the Georgia game. It's if I go to a game, I can't watch any of the other games. So then I don't know what the fuck I'm talking about the next day, you know, or the next week. I sit home on Saturday. I can watch 10 games in a day, 12 sometimes. You know, I've got 4 TVs in here and 2 computer mice. I can watch 6 games at a time in here. If I go to a game, it takes me 2 hours to get there. The game is 4 hours long, 2 hours to get back. I mean, that's 8 hours that I can't sit here and watch football. Uncle Lou will take his private jet to 3 games. No. Not doing any of that. Not doing any of that. 3rd and goal coming up, but TCU's taking their last time out here. 1:23 to go in the game. Do a live stream from a tailgate. I work on Saturday. Okay? I work every Saturday from right here. There is no tailgate here. Okay? I don't think he got in. I think he's going to be short again. Yeah, short again. Flags down late again. If this is on TCU, these TCU coaches are going to lose their mind. 3rd and goal. They stop them, and there's another flag. If this is on the TCU defense again, those coaches are going to go nuts. No, it's going to be holding on Arizona State. TCU declines it, so it's going to be 4th and goal from the 1. You have to kick the field goal here, don't you? If you're Arizona State, I mean, you're on the 1-yard line, but you got to kick the field goal, don't you? Don't you have to kick the field goal here? They've got the offense out on the field. Boy, I don't know about this. They got the offense out on the field. I don't know about this here. I think you kick, 1:17 to go. I think you kick the field goal here, but they got the offense out. 4th and goal from the 1. Now the referees got to stop the play and talk about shit again. Well, they got to do whatever they can to slow this thing down. What are we doing? These referees, man, they make themselves too much a part of the game. Shut the fuck up and let them run this play, man. What are you doing with the talking bullshit? All right, here we go. 4th and goal from the 1. A field goal would give them the lead. It's tied. I don't know about this. What the fuck now? Arizona State. Now Arizona State calls a timeout. Boy, I tell you, they're going to drag this shit out, ain't they? They're going to drag this shit out as long as they can. They're going to drag this shit out as long as they can. Got to get another commercial break in, don't they? They got the field goal kicker warming up on the sideline. I really think they should kick the damn field goal. I don't know. If I was an Arizona State fan, I would want them to kick the field goal here. I mean, TCU's got no timeouts left. You kick the field goal, then you kick off. TCU's going to have a minute and no timeouts. And they haven't scored since the first quarter, basically. I don't know about this here. Maybe they'll come to their senses and hand it off. I guess the analytics says to do something retarded. Analytics is ruining these coaches. They hear you were turning off the stream at the end of the game. Yeah. Thanks a lot, Dillingham. Flags everywhere. False start. They did go for it, and they false start. Yep, false start. But they'll kick it now. They'll kick it now. They tried to run a hurry up. Problem is the offensive line was in too much of a hurry. Yeah, oh, you know what happened? The center snapped the ball before before the line even got set. Yeah. They're going to have to kick the field goal now. 1:17 to go. This will be a little chip shot here from the right hash. About a 25-yarder. 23-yarder from the right hash. Snap, hold, kick is good. Arizona State takes their first lead of the game. TCU was up 17-0 in the first quarter. Still 14-10, Oregon State up over Houston. That's a little surprising there because Oregon State is bad. They're 0-4. Why does Alabama kickers always suck? They haven't sucked so much lately. Now, there was a period of time in the 20-teens where, yeah, they had a string of horrible field goal kickers. Yeah. It hadn't been that lately. TCU is done. Yeah, they done blew a 17-point lead here. Good thing we took TCU first half instead of TCU for the game, right? I had TCU minus 1.5 in the first half. I didn't bet the second half. Thank God. TCU blew it. Blew it big time here. Arizona State's going to be kicking off with 1:14 to go. TCU's got no timeouts. Lou wants overtime? No. Lou wants to go to bed. I do not want overtime. I got to get up in 6 hours. They're going to return it out of the end zone. Not a good idea, bud. Tackled at the 12 or 13 yard line. 1:09 to go, and they're going to need about 50 yards just to get into field goal range. Upset weekend. TCU is obviously still broken from 65-7. Florida State must still be broke from 63-3 because they lost today on the road to something called Virginia. Tonight set a high bar for the weekend. Yeah. TCU pass complete. Tackled a yard short of the first down. 1:04 and the clock is ticking. They can't stop the clock either. They're all out of timeouts. This is an all-time great Friday night slate. Yeah, sometimes you get games that are good, like you like the teams that are playing, but then the games end up are not any good either. They're blowouts or they're boring. Interception. Arizona State picks them off, and that's going to be it. All they got to do is take a knee, and the game will be over. Yeah, sometimes you think the games will be good, and then they're boring. Like Texas-Ohio State, right? We looked forward to that Texas-Ohio State game for 8 months. That's all anybody wanted to talk about. And that was just not a good game to watch. The offenses were sloppy. There was no score. It wasn't a well-played game. But tonight you had a couple of interesting games, and they both ended up coming right down to the wire. Great games. All right, y'all. I am going to get out of here. Tomorrow morning at 9 a.m., I'll be back here on YouTube for the kickoff show, and then 7:30 tomorrow night on Patreon. Make sure you get signed up for the Patreon if you haven't yet. We have a really good time over there. I stream on there every Saturday, and I'm giving away $1,000 on October 11th. So sign up on Patreon. Come hang out with us tomorrow night. Georgia, Alabama, and Oregon, Penn State. Appreciate y'all hanging out with me tonight. I had a great time. Congratulations to Virginia and Arizona State on your win. And I'll have to look in the morning and see what happens with this Oregon State-Houston game. I can't make it. I can't make it, so I might have to get out of here. But I love you guys. I had a great time, and I'll see y'all tomorrow morning at 9.